What is up? What is up? My audio's loud. I'll turn. There. I think there's good. What's up, guys? How is going? How was the last week? What's up, Arl Dennis? Bold take in chat already. I know. I put something in the Twitch chat about, or I put the notification as is dress up darling S tier, and I've already baited one person. My bait worked. I baited somebody in. Who was it? I forget. Sad. What's up, Sad? No, dress up darling is not S tier at all. Big romances were better, including Mika Jojo. Well, that's okay. Will I say it's the best romance of the season? No. Like, specifically romance? No. I mean, technically Dress Up Darling is a comedy, slice of life, drama, romance. Whereas other series like, say, you know, yeah, Fragrant Flower Blooms, that's purely romance for the most part. But yeah, man. You're already getting me into it. Fragrant Flower Blooms versus Dress Up Darling. You're already getting me into some crazy like thinking processes here. I'm not ready for that yet. Let me warm up. Let me warm up into this. Hope you guys are doing well though. What else did we have before the stream started? Best one for me at least was easily Takabi's Original Sin. That show made me feel things I didn't know I needed to feel. Dude, Takabi's Original Sin. To be honest, there's like a side of me that wants to make this tier list just to talk about Takabi's Original Sin again. Just to talk about Takabi's Original Sin. We're going to make a whole tier list. But no, as per usual, every single season, I like to do a wrap-up tier list, go through all the shows that I watched. There's 2 shows still going on, which is sad, that will wrap up, I think, within the next week. So there is going to be some stuff that's kind of unfinished, but I don't think my mind will change on them. There is some shows that I have not finished at all because they kind of got wrapped up in that 2 core process, like which watch. And surely I still have like 3 more episodes left. So there's some shows that I'm not completely done with yet, but I've pretty much watched everything that I'm going to watch. So I'm pretty comfortable with wrapping up the season. And this is a good chance for me to kind of tier list them so that I can do my top 10 of the season overall, which I think I'm pretty much locked in on, but we'll see. We'll see if things change as we do this tier list. But yes, it's been a crazy week. For those that know why. That's the good reason why some of the chats are kind of locked down. So I apologize for that. Anybody that wants to jump in and chat that can't chat, it's just unfortunately something I have to do right now just because there's a little bit of a stink that happened over the last week that's kind of been overblown. But it is what it is. Everybody has to deal with things like this every now and then if they're a content creator, and this is my first big one, so it's been fine though. It's been fine though. I think things are kind of cooling down finally, so I can kind of move on from it. I didn't even know the anime were from summer season because I pretty much hibernated until the end of the season and watched stuff. This was a good season to do that with. This is honestly a really good season to do that with. I keep telling people over and over again, fall is going to be a chill, and I'm very happy about that because damn, summer was just way too much. It's more so the idea that summer, because I'm not really sure how much is going to actually end up top tier with this list. It's not so much that everything was bangers. It's just that there was a lot of shows that I wanted to cover, and that's why it was a lot of stress for me this season. 8.61, which one? But hello, Sammy. Do you think Fragrant Flowers deserves an 8.61? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. You're trying to get me early. Where is Fragrant Flower Blooms on here? We're going to get to that one. I don't think it's too far down, is it? Is it going to be at the bottom? Am I just completely overlooking it? Oh, yeah, it's about midpoint. We're going to get there in about an hour or so. Dr. Stone Peak. What's up, Duhalt? Can't stay this time, but wanted to say hi. Chat, have fun. All right, take care, Duhalt. You're always late and always leaving first. You're keeping true to it, right? What the fan art? What's up, man? Hello, Taku. We really only need 2 tiers for Summer, Awesome, and Awesomest of all time. That's for Dress Up Darling Season 2. Everything else can go regular awesome. Maybe. We'll get to it. Maybe we'll get to it. Let's just get into it. We have any other ones I need to catch up? From DK, what's up? Haven't watched Takapi's. I'm afraid it's like Magical Girl site. Pure mental torture. Where characters can't catch a break. Man, my throat just kind of locked there. Is there really any good reason to watch it? It's not Magical Girl site. Magical Girl site is cruel because it's like, what's the it's the I'm thinking a way of saying this for YouTube. Gore corn. It's like gore corn. You know what corn means, obviously. Or what I'm replacing corn. What I'm using corn to replace. It's gore corn, where it's like it's torturous and cruel for the sake of like inciting like emotion and being bad. Like we're bad. Like it's edgy. It's edgy. Whereas Takabi's Original Sin, it's talking about real stuff. Like it's talking about real stuff with a sci-fi twist in there. And Korn is a band. Yes, exactly. I'm replacing the band. It's doing it for a purpose. So there is a subject matter there that it's dealing with that is very heavy. So it's completely different things. So if you're okay with that violence for a purpose with a message, that's what its purpose is. You just have to be willing to sit through that. And it's very difficult too, but it's similar to, shoot, a good example is Grave of Fireflies. World War II was not a happy time. It's like a war flick, a documentary. It's not a happy time, but there's a message behind it. There's a reason why people were doing what they were doing. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it still sounds rough. It's still rough, and it was very hard to watch. But it was incredible. It was a 10 out of 10 show. Spoiler. like nobody knows. I literally made an entire video on Takabi's Original Sin. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. But again, I hope you guys are doing well. It's fantastic to have you guys here. You guys completely. I'm on time. Yes, you are. Name that I cannot say because it's a bunch of. Is there a meaning behind the letters that you have in your name? Hey, Andrew, can't stay either. Just happened to see you live. Finna get back to work. All right, man. Keep at it. Stay safe out there, man. I appreciate you dropping by. What's up, Johnny? No, there is no. Well, I wasn't sure if it was like some weird code. Just Darling was only romance I watched. It's a good one. It's a really good one. Shoot, what other romance would I recommend? Did we do a romance tier list? What other romance would I recommend these days? Shoot. I know I'm forgetting one that's really critical that I absolutely loved. There was Victorian Romance was a really good like pure adult romance that I do highly suggest. It is a little bit more older. Dangers, thank you, JS. I knew it. There was something recent, and I was going to kick myself later. Thank you for preventing me from kicking myself later on today when I go, damn it. Dangers in My Heart is literally, it's in my top 10 anime of all time. I think, right? Question mark? Anybody that knows me better than I know myself? I think it is in my top 10. If it's not, then it should be. Anyways, let's get started. As per usual, these tier lists are based on the current season. It is not based on anime of all time. It is a idea of what happened in a season that you should check out, in my opinion. Obviously, everybody's opinion is different than their own because just like buttholes, we all have one. So don't take this as if your name's not up there and you really liked it, you're a horrible person. It's just my vibe. But yeah, let's get started. Let's start things off with literally something that I did not watch. That's great. I don't even know if I seen this anywhere. Was this even... I don't even know what the name of it is. This is a list that I made a long time ago. Dropped, hold, didn't watch. There, that's gonna be that little segment there. I don't think I even seen it anywhere. Actually, isn't this season? I know there's another show that was technically this season, which is Cat's Eye, because Cat's Eye just legit came out. Where is Cat's Eye? There it is, right there, right at the top. The C's, Andrew. Cat's Eye I didn't watch either. Was it the Broken Saintus one? The Broken Saintus? I don't think I heard anybody talk about. The finished manga was good. Animation style was different than Yano-kun's Ordinary Diaries. Started airing yesterday. Romance of the season. I have not got a chance to watch Yano yet. I have hope for it to be similar to something like Tanaka-kun is always listless. So I am hopeful for that one, but we'll see. First time I've only seen 6 anime or so. It's like the one season that's like crazy. There's people talking about how they didn't watch much or they waited until the end of the season. It's so great. I don't think I watched that one. Mumu. This is one of the ones where I unfortunately got away from it mid-season. And of course, this season being extremely insane that I never got back to it. I think I'm like 6 episodes from the end, and I've really enjoyed it, though I will admit that the show's flavor for me has sort of cooled down a bit, because I was pretty hot on this show early on. I really do like the setting. It's about a girl that, she's a college student. At some point, a cat shows up, it's an alien, and the alien's from a planet where like everybody has lost their technology, so they've come to Earth in order to study our technology to bring it back to their planet. And there's this fear that if they don't get enough technology to bring back, they will just invade us. And so this college student has the entire world on her shoulders. And she is a mess. Like, she is an absolute mess. I love the main character. But again, I will admit that, like, at some point, it started to kind of lose its flavor for me. Although I still kind of enjoy it overall. So it's kind of one of those shows where it's just okay. Like, it is an okay show. I think it's a fresh air type of show. Like, where it's a breath of fresh air type of show where it's doing something different. But I do agree with a lot of people that it's very focused on appliances. This is similar to like Ruri Rocks, where they have this shtick, and the shtick is that they're an appliance nerd. So they just like to talk about how every appliance in a household works, because they have to break down everything. This is how a refrigerator works. This is how a microwave works. And that stuff I don't think drags it down too much. So, fresh of breath air, yes. Thank you for pointing it out. I don't think it's too much, but it does kind of get repetitive at points. I think it's a solid B. Solid B. I like it. I like it. It's much more adult than typical anime are. It's still got the fun and goofiness about it. Again, I think most of my love of the show is really around the main character. I do like some of the side characters as well. They do a pretty good job of them as well, but... Can you name a show before talking about it for people who can only listen? Yeah, this one's Uchumu. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. We need to figure out the subject based on the context clues. I'm going to need you to break down all the anime from last season, why I should or shouldn't watch them. That's what this is for. It's going to take a while. Lock in, but that's what this is for. Hey Andrew, loads of enjoyable shows on the season. Looking forward to your list. Well, I hope it's informative. That's the key thing there. Hopefully it's entertaining and informative. I did not even see this show anywhere. I forget the name of it, but I don't think I really... Did anybody actually license this? It was on Crunchyroll, wasn't it? I don't think I've seen it anywhere. Or did it get delayed? Any chart. I did not see it. It might have been on Amazon, buried in there somewhere. Who had it? Did anybody have it? In Japan, it was online. It was on Bilibili. Yeah, I don't think this got licensed. Yeah, it doesn't even have an English title. A banquet about for an ugly girl, April showers bring forth Mayflowers. Yeah, I didn't see this anywhere. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. It's just like 99. 99 was another one that I don't think got picked up by anybody. Where's it at? Yeah, this one. That one. I don't think that one got picked up by anybody. So many shows that there's a bunch of shows that didn't get picked up. Never heard of it. Yeah. Don't recognize most of these anime. We'll get you the important ones. Again, this is the whole point of this whole list. Because there was a ton of freaking shows. I think it was, what, 80 shows last season? 80 plus? Next one. The Devil Teacher. I don't think I've seen that anywhere either. Was that a Netflix? Did that end up on Netflix? Yeah, I don't think that got picked up either. I was kind of hoping to watch it. Call of Night. Alright, first one. First big one. Call of Night Season 2. I feel like for a majority of Season 2, a massive shift in how it tells stories, but incredible bump up for me personally. For the first season of Call of Night, for those that don't know about, it is a guy that is pretty much a shut-in because this incident happens at school where some girl, like, confesses to him and he doesn't know what love is. And so everybody kind of just gives him nasty looks and whatnot. And he sort of shuts himself away. And the only time that he goes out is go out at night. And so he's walking the city streets. At some point, he ends up running into this, well, he finds out later on, is a vampire. Does like this cuddle service, and then she goes to bite him, and kind of find out this is a vampire. And vampires in this, and he wants to become a vampire because he just doesn't care about the daylight and going out during the day and having a social life. He likes the nightlife, and he wants to become a part of the night. So he wants to become a vampire. The catch is that vampires can only turn somebody if they fall in love. So he has to fall in love with this vampire Nazuna in order for her to be able to turn him. And so because he doesn't know about love, that makes that whole discovery aspect of it. Yes, it sounds a little cliche, the whole idea of what is love that anime loves to do. I don't know what love is. I was laughing at that with some people last night with Fragrant Flower Blooms. The whole, what is dating? Okay, you have to ask these really goofy questions. It turns into so much more because in the first season, it's a lot about how Ko, the main character, is meeting different vampires and humans with their own problems. And I think that was a really cool insight into sort of the struggles that people have on a daily basis. And I love those stories. But the first season was mostly like these little stories until it builds up into the other vampires not liking that he's not turned yet. The second season shifts way into the vampires themselves, starts to actually get into them because there's a story hook in the idea that there's a detective trying to kill the vampires, and in order to kill the vampires, they have to discover something about them before they're a vampire. And so that gave a tool to kind of see into them. There's also the whole thing with his friend and the vampire he's involved with. That stuff was great as well. But I think it was an overall really cool build up into getting to know the vampires more. But the main thing that always hooks me with the series, I love the setting, the aesthetic, the music. The portrayal of the vampires and the nightlife has always been phenomenal with the series. The only nasty I would say about this entire season is I felt like the last episode was very shrug, and based on looking in the manga, most of it was original, which I feel they did it on purpose just to kind of wrap up the season rather than to jump into the next story, because the mangaka loves to just keep going. The mangaka is really good at just keeping the story going, keeping the pacing going, rather than having stop points. So I get why they did it, but it was kind of a shrug ending. Overall, though, I think it's S tier. I think Call of Night overall as a franchise has been becoming one of my most beloved franchises. I hope it gets another season, but highly suggest people check out Call of Night. Give the first season a few episodes, please. I know it's on High Dive, and that's why nobody wants to watch it. But it's available in places. It's available in places, so definitely give it a shot. But Nazuna is great, though, dude. Nazuna is phenomenal. Midori is great as well. I do have a soft spot for Midori. This season, Cabra. Season 2, Cabra. Cabra, best mama, dude. I loved Cabra's segments, dude. That was probably the peak point of the entire season, was Cabra and her history, which I won't get in the details of. A history with a certain somebody. Or the S for me. Doll Night S for... I was about to say, for a minute there, I didn't get the joke in a good way. Dude, what the fan art, if you gave that an S as in suck, as in bad, I would have been like, are you okay? Who are you? Why are you impersonating what the fan art? Quadruple S's from King. Quadruple. Call of Night made the season for me. Midori best girl, Akira best girl. Dude, Akira got actually bonus scenes this season because they cut out another character, and Akira got all of her scenes, so that's kind of a plus for you, I guess. Detective was such a good character, season 2. Dude, Anko was easily the biggest heartbreak of this season, and the reason why we had so many warnings on every single episode. But that element right there was heartbreaking. I mean, it's something that I think everybody, no matter what age you are, I think if you're at least late teens or so on, you have a similar, you can relate to her in some way. I think everybody has that moment of having, what have I been doing? What was the point in all this? And feeling like you can't just restart or just continue on. It's heavy stuff. It was heavy stuff. This season was a season for that subject. I feel like there's like 4 shows this season that hit on that in a very serious manner. Which honestly is kind of scary to have that many shows do that. But we had Ruri Rocks this season. Even though we had that many shows with that subject matter, what was it? Hanako-kun had it. What else had it? Hanako-kun, Takopi. There was one other one, wasn't there? That dealt with that subject matter. It's been heavy with that stuff this season. Oh, I mean, Lord of Mysteries technically touched on it. technically touched on it. Technically, it's been a heavy season for sure. Anyways, let's call it a night. Oh, I missed somebody else. Who was it else? Yeah, sometimes I feel like anime are not for me. I'm too old. What is dating anyways? I think even for my young self, very young self, I kind of was okay with the stuff just because it was new. But yeah, I admit that after a while, it's like I've seen this topic and it's like I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I had to say the other line. Sorry. What is love? What is that question? What is dating? What is that question? I do like that there is with Call the Night. It very quickly has this moment of like, do you even need to ask the question kind of thing? Like, it's different for everybody, kind of move on thing. They kind of stumped it out. Vamp Waifu Wars. Hatsuka Best Girl. Gal Vampire. Saki, was it Saki? No, Seri. Yeah, she's great. Didn't get much of her this season, though. Watch season 2 premiere on Independence Day. It was better than Fireworks. I desperately hope the anime adapts the complete manga. Dude, it took forever to get a season 2. I'm afraid of how long it's going to take to get a season 3. So you forgave Ruri for displacing Onimai season 2 then? Well, no, because it didn't displace it. It didn't displace it. I'm sure you're joking, but yeah, Ruri Rocks did not displace Onimai. Different producers. Producers chose to do it. What's up, RFX? Man, you got me tongue twisted with that one. Make a video about this tier list. I will do a top 10, but I will not like do a separate video after doing a live doing the tier list. No. This VOD will be up though. Anyways, Bullet did not see it. I think they dropped like the first half. I'm not gonna watch half of it. Summer Pockets. This is a struggle. This is gonna be my first struggle. Where does Andrew put Summer Pockets? And I'd love to get people's perspective on this if anybody actually suffered through Summer Pockets, because we all knew the moment that we went into Summer Pockets, it was going to be torture, because Key loves to torture us. I'm a few minds of Summer Pockets. One, I think it looked good. I'm glad that it had a good polish to it. Wasn't insane. It had some really good Sakuga moments. Had some really great shots, question mark, every now and then. Got some little spicy shots every now and then. Did really good with the character designs. I thought the characters themselves were super cute. Love the cast of seiyus. And we had Konami Kohara was in there, which easily, hands down, makes the show for me. You add her into the show, I'm going to be like, yep, there's my Roxy. She's in the show. I'm perfectly happy. I absolutely love that seiyu. Had all that stuff. Getting into the core, there's 3 elements that really do make a key show for me. One is having a really good connection to characters before they heartbreak you, because they're going to do it. They love it. They purposely, and there's actually a term for it. I forget exactly what the term is. They love to get you connected to them just to break your heart. So you always know that every character is going to either be dying, dead, or a fox, as I always joke about. That's the 3 things that every girl is going to be in the show. Dead, dying, or a fox. Then there's the element of chemistry, because I find that a lot of the character interactions with a lot of their series are just phenomenal, especially Clannad. That's why I loved Clannad so much. It just loves to dig into these characters, just having a main character really that kind of has a personality, really, to kind of have a chemistry and have some sort of play back and forth between them. And I felt very quickly with Summer Pockets, there it is again. It felt very Clannad, like, oh, I love these characters interacting. They're just, you know, you have the whole scene with Umi, and they're trying to figure out what they're going to be doing for their chores, and he's playing rock, paper, scissors with her, and he's constantly winning because she shows in her expression what she's going to do. Like, she's literally mouthing the word for the one she's going to choose. When she goes to do paper, she's literally mouthing paper. Like, it's so written on her face, and so he's always winning. And he points it out to her, and she fails because she says he's going to do something else. And then she goes full, like, stone face in order to actually win. It's that kind of stuff. Like, he's interacting rather than typically with these visual novel adaptations and these harems where the main guy is so blah. This guy actually has personality. That part hit me very quick with Summer Pockets. I loved how he's interacting with all the girls. Then we get into this story element, which again is sort of, I would admit, hit and miss for me with Key. I've had some where I absolutely love, but it's been a while. Summer Pockets, I think it did very, very well. I did like a lot of these girls' stories because it's essentially about a guy who goes to an island to help out his aunt, you know, clean out the stories from the grandma that passed away. And he's trying to get away from his life. And he's coming there and he's meeting all these girls on the island. And they all have some sort of story that is kind of surrounding this core element that I won't get into spoilers on. And each one of them, of course, like I said before, are going to have some sort of tragedy behind it. Something that makes you cry. And I loved pretty much every single one of them. I think every girl's arc was really solid. And how they sort of handle it and with the story is that he comes in there, introduces all the girls, and then he will go after one of them, tell their whole story, and then there's a reset. And it's in the story there is a reset. And then he comes there again, and then he'll meet a different girl, and they'll go into that story, and then there's a reset. And this all builds and culminates into a final plot line that's the core story. I will admit, I loved each of the girls' stories. This is one of those rare cases where I actually like all of them, and I would ship all of them. I have my choices, and that's like Shiroa because, you know, you have like Konami Kohara. I really liked Mugyu. I love my Mugyu, my Winders. I love her. I love all of them. I think Ao was especially I enjoy because I like her chemistry with the main character the most. I won't say that her story was the best, but I did really enjoy her story. Her story is about, like, the idea of collecting memories in order to save her sister. And I thought it was a really solid one. My only complaint that I have with the overall story is the final arc. And that's unfortunate because it's, like, a pretty big chunk of the later parts of the season. The third quarter starts to get into the core story, which is not bad in any way. But if you watch Clannad, it sort of is. It's one of those ones where if you've never watched Clannad, you should like the entire story if you like the first part. If you've watched Clannad or if you've been into the visual novel for Clannad, you feel a sameness there. There is obviously a lot of sameness to it. It's got the core concept is literally Clannad. Very similar to Clannad, although set up differently, and it's the best way to explain this, sort of like expanded in a different way. You've heard it's bad, the ending of Summer Pockets or Clannad. But yeah, it's not that it's bad, it's just that it's samey. It is samey. It's a good concept, and I was very emotionally connected. It hit me. It punched my face in. I literally clipped it on X without context. Literally this part where it just kind of, yeah. That shout was like, it got me. You got me. It's still emotional. It still has a cohesiveness to it, but it is samey. It is samey to Clannad. And that would be my only complaint, I think, in the end. Overall, though, in the end, I think it's still a solid A I think I've been rambling on this one for a while. Again, I just love the characters, love the chemistry, love the stories it got into. Visually, it looks great, but the ending part, I think, is the only thing that kind of really brings it down for me. And again, that's just from my experience. It's nothing to do with like the individual show. It's just my own personal experience. Thirdly, pacing, or that pertains to the story, but pacing really is what separates the grades from the rest of them. A little bit of the slow burn. I do like that it got 2 cores to that point. I do love that it got 2 cores because I feel like if it went single core, it would have rushed a lot of this stuff. It took its time with each of the girl stories, which I did appreciate. That was the other thing I was going to mention. With the 3rd quarter, it feels like a lot of the goofiness left. It got a little bit too serious, which is unfortunate. I mean, that's a good thing, to be honest, because you don't want to throw in jokes in the middle of some really heavy subjects. But I do feel like it got all the jokes out of the way early on. And to the point of this, with the earlier segment of the series overall, with the initial introduction of all the girls, that's where a lot of the jokes were. And so I feel like it used them all back here, and then it didn't have them for later on when it got into the girls later on. Will I make a video on this? I already said earlier that... Did you ask the same question? Did you not hear me earlier? No, the VOD will be up. I'll make a top 10 later. That's the last time I want to answer that question. Anyways, let's move on to the summer Hikaru died. This one... My gosh. We need another season. I think it did get announced for another season, right? We got another season coming, right? Am I misremembering that? Summer Hikaru died. Where is it in this list? Oh, it was a TV. It was an ONA. Why was I thinking it was an ONA? Yes, we got a sequel. Okay, good. Good. Because there would have been some dock points if we didn't get a sequel. No, sorry. Summer Hikaru died. I really, really enjoy this show. There's another one that's kind of multifaceted. One, I really do like the story of... Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm trying to remember the main character's name. There's so many damn characters I have to keep track of. Why am I blanking on his name? I'm gonna have to cheat. Yoshiki. Yoshiki? No. Yes, it's Yoshiki. Okay, good. Why was I blanking on his name? Yoshiki. I love Yoshiki's character. I really, really like Yoshiki's character. Yeah, I like Hikaru, the old Hikaru, and the idea of this is a really good friend of his that he really did cherish. The concept here for people is in this rural area, there is a boy named Hikaru, and at some point, Hikaru went up into this mountain where they do this ritual, and he got lost up there and disappeared for, I think it was like a week. And at some point, Yoshiki went up to the mountain to go help find him with the other parents, even though he wasn't supposed to. He found Hikaru dead up there before he returned back home, and then suddenly Hikaru was found by the village, and he was alive. And he didn't believe that his friend was actually alive. And this is a really close friend of him. And yes, it does get in the idea that he was in love with Hikaru. He was that close to him. He was in love with him. And at some point, yes, he addresses it. Hey, Hikaru, you're not actually Hikaru. And sure enough, yes, this being that was from the mountain, which they're kind of theorizing at this point might possibly be like this. What was the name of the thing in the I think they've pretty much possibly hinted that it's not him, but this great being of the mountain is inside of Hikaru's corpse, basically, and he's hiding within the corpse. And the thing is that this new Hikaru likes Yoshiki and doesn't want that to be revealed. I don't want to kill you. Please don't say anything. Please, let's just be together. This being that is encompassing his friend, likes him and doesn't want to have to kill him. And so Yoshiki's got this conflict where he essentially accepts this because he doesn't want to come to mourn Hikaru. He likes the idea of having his friend still alive, even though he knows it's not his friend. That is literally what hooked me initially. I love the idea of somebody essentially lying to themselves because they don't want to mourn yet. He loved Hikaru, and he doesn't want Hikaru to disappear even though he knows it's not Hikaru, and he constantly tells himself that he's disgusting because he knows it's not him. That I absolutely loved. That was a cool concept. As it went on, I think that concept, I started to get tired of it because it kept going back and forth with him. Like, he wanted to accept it. There was times that he wanted to give up on it. There was times where he came to grips with the idea that it's not Hikaru and wanted to accept this new Hikaru. But then it would go back. It would go back. It would constantly, which is fine. There's always this element of somebody not ever really kind of sticking with their guns, them being very wishy-washy or just changing their mind. They get comfortable again, and they have to remind themselves again. The deeper elements of Hikaru, I think, is interesting as well, because Hikaru is this yokai, this ghost, this spirit thing that they don't know what it is, that essentially is drawing in spirits and yokai. And that is causing, yes, people to be harmed, and especially Yoshiki himself being harmed by these supernatural entities. And that gets into like a more kind of darker and more horrific aspect of the story, which I thought that they handled that with the adaptation very well. Like, it's a very unsettling whenever it gets to getting into the yokai and the spirits. And then I think the other element, of course, is I call him Kindra Suda. I've told people he's pretty much Kindra Suda. We have the Kindra Suda character who looks like a yokai, a Yakuza guy that just shows up that's supposed to hunt down these spirits and yokai. And he has like a history with the village, and him trying to hunt down Hikaru, and again, the ending, the ending just like it throws it up in the air of what the hell he's doing. I loved it. I think overall, I really did enjoy this show. It's got some good storytelling there, inner conflict with Yoshiki, the yokai themselves, the lore of the village itself is very interesting, although we've only like barely touched on it. My only complaint I would give the series overall is it feels like it keeps going back and forth too much. Like, it almost feels like at times it's kind of spinning its wheels. It's retreading ground. And I kind of sometimes wish it would kind of just go forward. Like, stop trying to come back and address this over and over again. But other than that, I think it's been phenomenal so far. I've really enjoyed it. Do I think it's S tier? Let me read the chat first. What does the chat think? Was the ending good? It needs more. I think it's comfortable. It's a comfortable ending, but it needs more. Unless you're talking about Summer Pockets earlier. Yeah, you're talking about Summer Pockets earlier. I went too far back. I'm sorry. Roast it like Kaka mid. Don't watch it. Is it BL as it looks? It's open to it, yes. Because again, Yoshiki did love Hikaru. But this new person is not Hikaru. The old Hikaru they kind of insinuated was into a girl and was asking a girl. Lost track of Hikaru about halfway through the running out of time. He wasn't for me. Can't wait for Mushoku Tensei Season 3 to come out next year. I'm super hype. Super hype. I dropped April Showers. Which one was April Showers? That this one? It wasn't licensed. I think Yoshiki is voiced by the same VA as Stark and Fragrant. I think you're right, question mark? If you have chose to be between Summertime Render and Summer Hikaru died. Dude, Summertime Render. Like, Summertime Render is, like, I have no hesitation to say S tier. Summertime Render is incredible. The pacing's incredible. Character's incredible. Story's incredible. Yeah, easy. I have no doubt there. A tier. I think you're right. I think I'm going to go A tier. Because, again, I do think at times it's like, just move. Just, like, keep going. Just keep going. I think it's an A tier. I think I'm going to go with that. And I do hope that Season 2 gets into more stuff. Like I hope it just picks up and keeps going. I really do hope. Anyways, that's Summer Hikaru died. I forget the name of it. Didn't watch it. I watched like first episode and I was like, it's not really grabbing me. Sakamoto Days. Summer Render 4K. Shut up with the fan art. Look at that dad joke coming up in here. Sometime Render in 4K. Stupid joke, dude. Stupid joke. Yeah, so I can guess, can skip it, I guess. Which one? Oh, you mean like Hikaru died? Sakamoto Days, this is probably my first, this will probably be my first hot take. This is going to be probably my first hot take. Though, as per usual, anybody that knows me probably is not going to be shocked by this. For context here, Sakamoto Days about a hitman that retires because he falls Doki Doki for a convenience store worker and pretty much lives a family life, gets fat, you know, works at this little convenience store they own, and at some point, the people that he used to work for hire a hit on him, and the guys, you basically have, like, people that he used to work for come to kill him, and he just quickly takes them down. And that kind of builds into this, like, bigger, deeper story where there is a criminal organization that is trying to literally get rid of the Japanese company that basically runs all the assassins for the Japanese government. And that's a lot to go within the season 2. Eventually gets to the idea that they want to get inside of what's the name of the stupid organization? The Japanese assassin group. They want to get inside there as insiders, so they decide to essentially go into the training program to become them. So Sakamoto, who is like a past assassin, and even like a guy that was a part of it as well, they're both like joining the training and qualifications for going in there. Initially, when I first started the series, I was instantaneously in love. I loved it. The idea of Sakamoto himself is... Sakamoto really is what carries it. It literally is a show. Sakamoto is a really fun character because he's somebody that was ordered by his wife. You do not kill anymore. You will do good going forward. You will no longer kill. You will help people instead. And so she will literally divorce him if he kills people. And so he does not want to kill people. And so it turns this whole thing where he's using unconventional ways of taking down people because he doesn't want to kill them. He will spit out like bubblegum drops to knock somebody out or something like that. He'll take out a pin and beat somebody up with a pin. It's that kind of stuff. I love that element. Within the first season, it cooled down on me real quick. Like, I was like, this just feels like we're introducing evil bad guy with some quirk and take him down. And it got kind of repetitive. It was still enjoyable, but it was like, okay, this is fine. Like, it's very similar to Spy Family for me, I think. Spy Family is the same thing. I was in love with Spy Family early on, but at some point, it's like, it kind of gets in this warm area where it's like, okay, this is fine, but it's no longer like, this is great. This is the greatest thing ever for me. And Season 2 was just like a continuation of that. Like, from the beginning of Season 2, all the way to the end of it, or Part 2. It's okay. Like, Sakamoto Days, it's just okay. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not great. It's not horrible. I feel for a lot of the source material fans because, yes, it's mostly just, like, action stills. Like, oh, ee, ah. Like, it's that kind of stuff over and over again for action. That's the unfortunate thing. I think a lot of people were kind of expecting affordable levels of animation here. Which is surprising because you think that the budget would fly up because Netflix is doing so well for Netflix. Now, I do emphasize to people all the time with Sakamoto Days, the reason why it is like one of the leading top #1 like viewed shows on Netflix is because it's day one dubbed. It's available on their platform, ready to go. That's why it's seen the success that it does. Like, they're going through a lot of efforts to make sure this is available and accessible to everybody. And that's why it's doing so damn well. And that's good. I hope they can do that for more shows. I love the idea that dub fans can have a show immediately just like I do. With my subtitles. In the end, it's like a B or C. I might bump it down to C later on, but I think B is good. Like, it's okay. Like, I have fun with it. I think the sword guy was freaking amazing. I forget what his name is. The old man. I want more of him. Give me more of the samurai old man. Keep talking, Andrew. I need to grab some food and get back before reruns. Andrew. That's the funniest part. His biggest fear is being divorced. Exactly. His biggest fear is his wife. That's always a good plug. S tier Ruri rocks, Dr. Stone, Darling, Lord of Mysteries, A tier, Sakamoto Days, Sword Demon Hunter. We're gonna talk about that. Tech of these days are crazy. Reincarnated Prince, B tier, Dekken Mogura, and Outcast Restaurant. I did not watch Outcast Restaurant, surprising enough. I meant to get back to it. I figured it would be a foodie show, but I don't think it was a foodie show, right? It's in case I've fallen on somebody. That's why I put it down there. This is a list that I put together when the summer season was airing, and I think it was still credited for summer. So that's why I put it down here. Drop, hold, didn't watch because it's not this season. Better watch with friends. Dude, I think Sakamoto Days would be great to watch with friends. I 100% agree. I think that'd be a fun group watch. Just to laugh at it and have fun with it. It's just kind of one of those shows like, holy crap, I just did that. Everybody's laughing, that kind of thing. Hot take, I like Sakamoto Days family dynamic. That's 100%. And that seems like that has gone to the wayside. That's very similar to, you know, that whole element that I have like with Spy Family. It's like what I loved about Spy Family early on just feels like it goes to the wayside at points. Like, I like Spy Family for the family dynamic, and they're trying to hide what they are. And it feels like at some point that gets put to the wayside in a lot of cases. Action still are true to the manga experience, though. I do actually agree with that. Because I did see a lot of people that were, like, saying that One Punch Man Season 2 was better animated in the manga, and it's like, you don't know what animation is, do you? Because it's technically doing exactly what the manga is. One-for-one panels. We are in the minority. 2 cores saved it, in my opinion. Foodie in the beginning, not in the end. That's what I was kind of getting a sense of, RFX. That was 100. That was pretty much what I was getting a sense of. Next exclude Fragrant Flower blooms with dignity, delaying it to hell. And I love the fact that it didn't hold it. I still think it could have done much better if it wasn't that way, but I'm kind of happy to see that a lot of fans still didn't let that keep them back. All right, Ruri Rocks, it's here. Is Andrew back? Is Andrew back? I was delaying purposely. I'm joking. I wasn't delaying. I'm sorry. I want to say that I was delaying for you, but I wasn't. Ruri Rocks. For the 5 people that actually watched my Ruri Rocks video, you know a lot of my feelings on this show. I really do 100% feel that this is the hidden gem of the season. I think was I calling that before? I think that was the one that I called as being the hidden gem, right? Because I kind of felt like Takapi's Original Sin may be that, but I think it very quickly kind of proved that it wasn't going to be. Like what is didn't Takapi's Original Sin kind of climb up on the boards? It should, because technically it's fully released, and that kind of helps it bump quickly. But how did Takapi do in the end for membership? Takapi. Where the hell is Takapi in this damn list? There it is. It's in One's. Yeah, 223,000 on Mal is pretty decent, honestly, for a non-shonen. It should be more, but yeah. Where is Ruri Rock sitting at now? I don't think there's a doubt that this is going to be the gem of the season, hidden gem. Yeah, 61 thou. 61 thou. And I don't think it's going to climb much beyond that. It may get up to maybe 70, but I don't think it's going to get any higher than that. But yes, shock to nobody. Ruri Rocks is easily the gem of the season. This is a show that, honestly, with a lot of heavy shows this season, for sure. A lot of shows that were very heavy. A lot more gut punchy, like Takapi's Original Sin. Having a nice kind of breather show for the season was much appreciated. It's got kind of a mixture of multiple elements. The idea of a little bit of a Yashike in there every now and then. The idea of discovery, inspiration, seeking your dreams, fun, goofy moments, all wrapped up in a very beautiful bundle. I think the biggest thing for Ruri Rocks for me, I think personally, is the inspiration element, but I think the thing that carries it, the vehicle, is the work that Studio Bind did. For those who don't know, anybody on this channel, I don't know why you wouldn't know, but I'm always welcoming people that aren't, you know, haven't been with the channel for a long time. Studio Bind is a studio that does some very amazing stuff. Not all the time. Sometimes it seems like they don't quite have the schedule set up for things. We've had some hiccups. We've had some hiccups. But I think for the most part, I think the productions that come out of Studio Bind almost feel in a lot of cases like something you get from Trigger or something. Like every now, like a lot of these shows, it feels like there's some animators and whatnot, they get on board that have a passion for animation. Like passion projects. Like they're going above and beyond in cases where you didn't normally think they would. Onimai was a good example of that. I think, yes, the first season of Mushoku Tensei had some incredible visuals, backdrops, animation pieces that just were awe-inspiring. But I think Onimai was the biggest one for me personally for Studio Bind that really shocked me. They did not have to go ham with Onimai. It's a goofy comedy about a person that is turned into a girl and is learning about what it means to be a girl and getting out more. And the expressiveness of the characters, the animation of the, you know, comedy beats literally made it elevated the show. Like it brought it to another level. It could have been just a simple comedy with, you know, jokes. And I kind of felt the same thing was applied to Ruri Rocks. You had the same director, you had, you know, the series composition writer. A lot of people that worked on Onimai, team members, worked on Ruri Rocks. And they did the same thing for it. The core concept of Ruri Rocks is about a girl that wants jewelry. Mom won't buy her jewelry, so she goes out to the mountainside to look for jewelry, and she ends up meeting a college student, a geologist college student, that is studying minerals. I literally did not mean to do that joke, but I did it. I did that joke anyways. Minerals, and helps her find minerals. And through this, you know, graduate, she's learning about the process of which minerals are made, how you find them, and sort of the deeper value and discovery. And that is sort of the core story that I think is the message that the writer was getting across. Yeah, it seems like obviously the writer is in love with minerals. They love them. Like they're a geek. And they're creating a manga that is edutainment. It's fun. It's cute girls doing cute things that teaches you something. But I think the deeper thing that I love and the vehicle that I love so much alongside the animation that is just over the top in a lot of cases is that element of discovery and finding purpose and everything. Ruri is discovering the deeper value in minerals. At the same time, Nagi is being inspired to go out more and to discover things with Ruri. And then you have other characters like, I think it was her name, Yoko. You have this nerd undergraduate that's in the same club as Nagi. She's getting out more because she's always about getting her nose in the books rather than to see what she's reading about. And then you have, I don't know why I'm blanking on her name, the redhead who gave up on becoming a geologist because everybody said it wasn't a future in it. She's discovering that she can seek out her dreams. It's people inspiring people, mentors mentoring kohais mentoring mentors, inspiring each other. And that sort of is what kind of brought a smile on my face. That element that just brightens me up. But overall, it was an incredible show. Visual masterpiece. So much fun. Great characters. Easily one of my favorites this season. Would I say it's S tier? Nagi herself is S tier. Nagi is thick tier. Nagi is thick tier. They did upgrade the characters. They did pull an Onimai bind upgrade of these characters. They definitely gave it the Onimai style. High A. The minerals parts, any parts lost me. Okay, there's probably the only part that I think a lot of people are going to struggle with is that it's nerdy. It has these little moments where it pops over to the chibi characters. They have diagrams up on the screen. They kind of explain things. I'm of two minds of it. I don't feel that they drug out too much, but I won't say that it doesn't have times where it feels like that went a little too far.
I had some points where I'm like, yeah, I remember that in my school. I remember that part. Oh, that I learned something new here. Okay, this kind of drug out a little bit too far. I think that's probably going to be a hanging point for a lot of people. But again, that goes in that whole edutainment thing. It's like what you're kind of coming here for. You're going to learn it. If you come here for a show about minerals, you're probably going to learn about minerals. I had a mixed feeling on a lot of them, but I don't think they drug too long. I'm going to put it in S tier for now. Just because this sort of was like something special for me. I won't claim that it's a perfect show, and I definitely will not say it's for everybody. But I think for me personally, I think it's in a I think it's an S tier for me now. I might bump it down later on if we get too clogged up in the S's, but it's kind of one of those shows where like it's hard to kind of compete. It's hard to compare it with shows like, you know, we're gonna get into things like, you know, Takabi's Original Sin or something like that, where it's got a deeper plot element storyline that it's getting into, but it's special in its own way. And I think it was purely on the idea that it was just fun. Like there's times where I kind of want to rate something high just because, plain and simple, it was just fun. There's no like we're trying to get you a plot point. We're trying to find out if Yoshiki and Hikaru were going to live together in the future. Can they save, you know, Hikaru? We're not getting into like, you know, what are the deeper elements of child abuse. No, it's just Ruri wants to find a stupid gem because it looks pretty. That kind of thing. If Ruri Rocks gets another season before Onimai, I'm going to throw something. I'm going to throw something. I don't think it will get a second season. I really do feel like Ruri Rocks ended on like a note of like, there you go. It would be interesting if it would. Sorry, what the fan art? Thanks for the 8. Thank you so much for the support. Thick tier, that is perfect. Do you want to make a thick tier? I'm not making a thick tier. Did I already put it up there? Yeah, we're putting it up there. Okay. All right. It's done. It's been done. It's over. Lock in. Ruri Rocks is up in S tier for right now. Again, I will not claim everybody's gonna enjoy it. I would argue 95% of the people that have not watched Ruri Rocks that are watching this right now, 95% of you probably will not like it. Like, watch the first episode. If you're not locked in, just turn it off. It's just, it worked for me. It was just an enjoyable show for me. I would have never watched Mineral anime, and since it made me watch it, it's S tier. I 100% agree, and I said that in my video. If you handed me a manga and a book that said this is about mineralogy, a person going to get mineral, I'd be like, I don't care. But I fired up that first episode. She starts throwing a fit in front of her mom, and then goes out and tries to find minerals. And this thick college student shows up and starts showing her rocks. I'm like, oh, all right, good, let's do this. Got a little bit of a Yuri feel in there too. We got. There's the other thing there. There's a little bit of that Yuri feel. We got a little bit of that. You have over here. You have Hikaru and Yoshiki. They're romancing. And over here you got these girls. They're all getting together too. You got these girls over here getting together. Little season of love going on. I can accept Yuri Rocks' S tier. It was fun, unique, and beautiful. 100%. You did a good job of summarizing it. Bad Girls. Speaking of another show that kind of brightened up my weeks. There's a few of them. I think between Ruri Rocks, Bad Girl, I think even Game Center Girl, what the hell is its full title? Exchange with a Foreign Girl. Culture Exchange. Yeah, that's right. Culture Exchange. I think those three, right? Yeah, a little bit of Food Court. Food Court was another kind of brighten up my week kind of show. Those are like the ones that kind of kept my moods up. But Bad Girls. Bad Girl is a show about a girl trying to be super bad in order to get the attention of her hot senpai. There's senpai? Is there senpai, right? Yeah, there's senpai. Her hot senpai who is part of the disciplinary group or whatever at the school. So she like puts like paper clips on her ears to make it look like she has earrings. She like like bumps up her shoes so that she looks like she's got like risers and whatnot. Changed two-tones her hair and everything just to look like a bad girl to get the attention of her senpai. And it just spirals out of control after that, because it kind of turns out that her senpai is kind of a little is kind of twisted in a way. It kind of turns this whole thing of like trying to be bad to get attention, that it kind of just turns into her being just as bad and kind of twisted in her own way. You loop in the fact that her childhood friend, has a thing for her as well, so she gets jealous. You have the girl that's like the VTuber that like her fans like treat her horribly. Who else was in the cast? Oh yeah, her senpai's sister is like madly in love with her as well. So it's just like a bunch of girls at the school all being bad in some way, and them all being thirsty for each other. Like they're just massively thirsty for each other, and so it just turns into like massive shenanigans. I had a lot of fun with it. It was a lot of fun. I won't claim like every single bit of this show was like great, but I would find at least one segment, 2 segments in every episode that were really entertaining. I think it was a lot of fun in the end. Is City missing? No, it shouldn't be missing. It's that one right there, isn't it? Isn't that City? I think they have like 2 different arts, right? I think that's City right there. I had a lot of fun though. I think my favorite scene overall was probably the Thigh Wars. Let's just go to the very last scene of the last episode, just because my clip of it went crazy on X. The Thigh War was fun though. No, I probably the maid punishment outfit. I think that whole segment was really great. Yeah, I think so. I think that was probably my favorite scene. Because she's like, you have to do it. Okay, Kochishi-sama, why aren't you guys saying anything? This is really kind of embarrassing. She's like, crap, I forgot to make fun of her because she's too damn cute. I loved the senpai. Senpai was so freaking great, dude. Where would I put it? I'm gonna put a high B. Maybe low A, high B. I had a lot of fun with it, but I will admit there was times where it kind of got a little bit repetitive. I think overall it was really, really, really fun though. I love the character designs too. My gosh, I love the character designs. She's the best girl. Thick thighs are important. They are. I love how Suzu had a body pillow view. The body pillows in this show, like, having like the entire room's full of them and just chucks them into her friend's room just to hide them. Bad Girl's B tier. I liked it, but budget and some of the jokes were a miss. Yeah, it had some struggle points with the visuals. True. I like the her ear clips are really just paper clips, right? Which still hurts, by the way. Like that still hurts. Those things. I guess there might be some that are like less restrictive, but the ones that I've dealt with, that would hurt. That would like hurt your ear. How they were making body pillows of the girls, say renderings? Probably. RFX with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, RFX. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. That's freaking amazing, dude. Thank you. Who's all Dodge in the chat? I do. It's gonna be saying y'all for a while now. It's gonna be saying y'all for a while now. The chat Dodge. Dodge. Child friend Shizu was the best part. Dude, I do think the element of her kind of being the unrequited love was the most heartbreaking thing about it. Because I do think that the two of them are just super special together. Yeah. Nothing can top Marin hamburger. Yeah, the pillows. True. I liked how positive Bad Girl felt after watching There's No Freaking Way, I'll Live Less, and hating Mai for an entire season made this cast feel much better. That was sort of my unfortunate result in the end, was that I ended up not watching There's No Freaking Way because I was enjoying Bad Girl more. And I know that's really a horrible thought process there, but it wasn't clicking me for There's No Freaking Way, whereas Bad Girls was a lot more fun to watch for me. And I think it was probably because I was fresh off of like Takapi's Original Sin and Hikaru Dies, all these shows that were super heavy, that I didn't really feel like watching There's No Freaking Way. I was like, I just like Bad Girls more. I will eventually watch There's No Freaking Way, because I have heard there's a lot of positivity around it, but that was sort of my mindset then. Waifus Plural, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. I almost didn't see that because of all the gifteds that were coming from RFX. Thanks again, RFX. I really appreciate that. Nyan! I thought it was done. Is it still going? It's still got 2 more. Okay. It's still got 2 more. Get your Nyans. Earl Dennis has dodged. You're over on Twitch. Earl Dennis, you're over on Twitch. You can't... You have to... Yeah, the easy dodge, right? Easy dodge. Bad Girl did one of the better casts of the season. It had a fun cast. That's, I think, what really sells it. It's a really good cast of characters. I really should write these down as it goes, though, because I've realized that it's very hard to find stuff later on. Hold on 1 second, chat. I'm sorry. My own shortcomings here. Anyways. Thanks again, guys. Doing great. Took me long enough to become a member. Had to support. I appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate that. I know that's, for a lot of people, money's getting tough these days. And so anything is very, very much appreciated. I still get hit on YouTube even if I'm not there. You can, yes. You can. I have experienced that with a lot of these things where it's like, they're not even online right now. Why are they getting this gifted sub or whatever? I experienced that the other day because I gifted somebody on Twitch, and it went to somebody I knew. And I said, hey, are you even on this stream? And they're like, nope. I was on there earlier. Excuse me. You see the pre-order volume 2 hardcover Mashiko Tensei. Did they already have the second one out? Is it just as bad? Is it just as bad? Anyways, what are we doing? Bad girl, okay. Dr. Stone. I'm going to be perfectly honest here, and this is going to upset some people. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I have sort of fallen out of love with Dr. Stone ever since they left the main... went to America, basically. The whole America arc, for the most part, has not been great for me. Like, I think it's kind of shifted a lot of the focus away from, like, you know, the creativity, the basically reinventing things, building things up from the... It's not really inventing things. Building things that were lost, building up things, to just kind of, like, infiltration, going through, like, the sea, and then stuff just magically appearing. We made a car now. Here's a motorcycle. Just things are just popping up now. Like, we don't build things no more. There's no longer a time and a process. They're just making motorcycles. They're making crap out of nothing. Hey, we just made tires. Here's tires. We're making tires now. It just feels like it's just kind of, we're making things and it's popping up. I did like in this arc everything around, you know, NASA and getting into magically out of nowhere. He has a guy from the past that was his big inspiration that he'd never mentioned before. That stuff was fine. With that arc building into this season, means that I didn't really like this season overall until the very end. Like, not really like the shock value of the end. That is like, oh yeah, okay, just show everybody because we know we know what we're doing. Like, as everybody's falling, it's like, we know what we're doing here. You just kind of get on with it. What I liked was what that build into. And I don't want to spoil things, but you all know that little after the dust settles moment, and that, like, you know, somebody finally, like, stepping up and doing the hard work to kind of restore things. I loved it. Like, I loved it. Like, it was one of those things where I'm watching this season. I actually waited until, like, it was done, and then I pretty much watched the end of it. When I got to that part, I stopped. Like, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, yeah. The show's still kind of doing what it was doing last season. The moment that part came on, I was locked in. Like, I'm like, holy crap, this is so good. The way that it was portrayed, how the flow of time was played out, the character herself. I've always liked her. So kind of seeing her out of her comfort zone, seeing her struggle, and eventually building into that kind of climax moment that we all knew was coming, but it was so well done. I loved it. Like, I thought the way that the season itself ended was fantastic, was phenomenal. So it kind of bumped it up quite a bit for me, but I think for overall, this entire arc I've not really liked. The whole America's arc, I've not really liked. I think a lot of my love of Dr. Stone, I think was it Stone Wars? It was Stone Wars, right? Wasn't it the second season? Yeah, I think Dr. Stone's Stone Wars was the last season that I was really, really invested in the show. New World has not worked for me really much. New World and Science Future, yeah, it just those ones have not really worked for me. I did really like Rusui. Rusui's really good. I really like his character. So the original Dr. Stone, Stone Wars, and Rusui, I've loved all those arcs. But everything beyond that is kind of... it's lost its flavor. We're talking about Dr. Stone. Anyways, I hope that's not like a big, massive, like, hot take, but I still enjoy this series. It's just, it hasn't really hit the peaks that I used to have with it. Not gonna lie, I didn't into this video because I didn't know it was live. Well, welcome. Less Dr. Stone, more do-it-yourself, please. Do-it-yourself, I would love more do-it-yourself. You think America's arc is the best arc for you? Well, then eating good, right? I'm always for that. If you love something I don't love, I am super happy for you. I am not the type to say that you're wrong. I'm the type to say awesome. I'm glad people enjoy it. Season 1 will always be special, though nothing is beating Season 1 to 3. Yeah. So you're kind of on the same page as me. It's just you haven't fallen out of love with it. Like, you have the same feeling that the first season's like super good. Super good. I used to love every time that he would stand up and go, we're going to make this thing, and suddenly the music ramps up and everybody gathers together and they build something from scratch. That is what's always been Dr. Stone for me. He would suddenly go, okay, well, we need to do this. And like, well, how would you do that? Well, we obviously will make this. Well, we don't even know what that is. Well, time to make it. And they would all band together. You know, you get the village together, you get his original band together, and they would just make it. And now it just, like I said before, it feels like we need to get to here. So, boop, something appearing, and we're going forward because something just appears out of nowhere. That's my complaint. That's the best way to put it. Anyways, I'm beating the dead horse now. I'm beating the dead horse now. Okay. I almost want to put it B just because the end is so good. The ending was so good. Because again, the ending was exactly what I loved about the original series. Building something from scratch. Trial and error. I'm going to leave it at C for now. Sword of the Demon Hunter. B for bro con with the fan art. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, let's address the elephant in the room for Sword of the Demon Hunter. Yes. Production. Production. Who get rough? Production, you get rough. Is it still going? No. Unfortunately, that was the ending. As much as people don't want to admit it, that was technically the end of that season, which is not the most satisfying ending of a season, that's for sure. At least for me. I think it was a good story, just not a good ending point. I really like what Sword of the Demon Hunter is doing. I think overall it's a really solid concept. The idea here is a guy that basically runs away from home with his sister. Kind of find out his sister is a demon. His father was treating her horribly because of that. But he runs away with his sister. Ends up going to being brought in by a guy at this blacksmith village. They have this altar where they protect this Hime basically. And at some point he becomes the sword that will defend the next Hime that stays in that shrine. Eventually, demons show up. Horrible things happen. His sister reveals that she is a demon and that she's supposed to be some king demon later on. And thus he travels around forging his technique, becoming a demon himself, until one day he can stop his sister, get his revenge. And I was afraid of it turning into sort of a monster of the week kind of thing, but I think they did well in avoiding that. Sort of what it turns into is the narrative of his life building up to the day that his sister would essentially go to her throne and he would stop her. And all the different demons that he runs into, and not all demons are bad, and I like that kind of narrative they have in it. Not all demons are bad. Killing demons for money, being a sellsword basically, and just how people themselves are wrapped up in the lives of demons, and the demons wrapped up in the lives of people. Some demons trying to not be horrible and live amongst the humans. Some demons being sort of lies in their own regards. That kind of stuff. I think there was a lot of really good stories in there. I did love a lot of the stories, the lore. I think the writer crafted a really cool concept of the demons and their lives. But I do feel like around... Shoot... the best way to put it is after the noodle shop closed, I guess is the best way to put it. After the noodle shop closed, I think I kind of lost a lot of my care for the stories. There was quite a few stories after that were kind of just very shrug. I think like the entire later part of the story was kind of shrug. I think it's a solid B. I think I'm in a B area. Yeah, RFX is agreeing with me on that one. B. Haven't watched, heard of it version of Demon Slayer. Every time I went to search for this damn show, Demon Slayer comes up. I hate it. Every time I try to search for this show, Demon Slayer comes up. I hate it so much. But yeah, I was on High Dive, so nobody watched it, unfortunately. I did love it early on, though. I think it was a really good start for the show. I loved his story with his father and his sister, the adopted sister. All that stuff was super good. Ofu, I love Ofu's story too. Really liked Ofu. I like the reverse narrative time travel at the end of the season. I wish they got more into that stuff, but I think that's probably going to be the end. That the stuff for the current time is got to be like the end story, because it keeps popping forward to modern times Japan. But they didn't want to touch much on it. The father and daughter in Shoda restaurant were the best character. Yes, 100% Ofu. Ofu best girl. Ofu best girl, dude. I wanted to see what happened to Ofu later on. I was telling somebody, Earthly, I was telling Earthly in DMs, I'm like, dude, if I don't see Ofu in current time, I'm going to riot. I thought this other girl was Ofu, but it wasn't. That made me mad. I saw the sister is manipulating a lot of the events that's happening surrounding the MC. Yeah, and that was part of the part that felt a little bit let down. Like, I was hoping that there would be more... I was hoping that we'd get at least one more, like, confrontation, I guess. Second Life Frontier Season 2 was a abrupt ending. I did not, unfortunately, watch Season 2. Yeah, despite its low budget, the writing carried it. The writing carried it. Started good, but lost the plot and smaller arcs. Should have met his sister at the end. Yeah, that's what I mean. It should have had at least one more confrontation. Not that they have to actually fight it out, just a confrontation. Can't argue with B, but I did love it. I don't care for this anime, but it fills me. Sometimes you don't like how the story evolves sometimes. Yeah. And I'm sure that it gets better later on. That's my hope. If it gets another season, hopefully it'll evolve it more. DanDaDan. DanDaDan, DanDaDan, DanDaDan. I still really, really, really like DanDaDan. But okay, I think I can say this without causing too much controversy. DanDaDan season 2 is not as good as season 1. Is that a hot take? Daisy's agreeing with me. Anybody think it's bad to say that season 1's better than season 2, or season part 1 better than part 2? I agree, less than season 1. Okay, good. Okay. Not a controversial take to say that season 1 is S tier. Easy S tier. Season 1, easy S tier. My conundrum right now is that season 2 was not as good as season 1. Season 1 is S tier, but does that mean that season 2, part 2, is not S tier? I struggle with it. So for season 2, the first arc, Evil Eye, I wasn't a big fan of. I really didn't like Evil Eye segment. I think it ends really good. I think the ending's good. I love the fight with the crazy, like, kung fu, I'm blanking on the name of it now. I keep bringing it up, and then Kung Fu Shuffle. The crazy Kung Fu Shuffle granny. That was fun. But, like, in the end, I realized at some point, I'm not really liking this season as it was going through Evil Eye. I even stopped covering it. If you guys know my channel, I covered all of season 1. Season 2, I stopped covering it because I wasn't really enjoying Evil Eye's arc. Bruce Lee guy showing up at the end was really great. Again, the end was really good. But at some point, I got tired of Evil Eye segment. And then it kind of got into the whole thing with them trying to cure Evil Eye, which had some good moments in it. The freaking rock concert was insanely good. Like, no doubt. Like, that was probably one of the craziest pieces of, like, anime history in such a long time. That whole segment was incredible. And then it gets into... What was the next arc? What was it right after that? Evil Eye... Does that go... It goes into his whole training arc, which was, like, Shrug. And then it goes into, like, the whole Kaiju thing. Yeah, like, the more I think about it, like, it was good. Like, it's so good. Like, visually, and the presentation, the music, like, everything presentation-wise is incredible. Like, the studio, like, no fault to the studio. They did an incredible job with this. But, like, what sort of got lost was what made season 1 special. What made season 1 special for me was Okarun and Ase and Turbo Granny and the chemistry they had. Like, just Grandma. Them just kind of bumping heads all the time. The chemistry between those 4 character, yeah, you know, bringing Ida later on, it's fine. Like, the chemistry with that group was great, but I feel like they're trying to throw in more characters, and they're splitting them up. It's losing what made it great. That's my struggle. There is growth in Okarun. Yes, 100% agree. Been watching Mushoku Tensei cut content. Keep the good word. Thank you so much, Trash. Really appreciate the support. Or should I call you Hitagi? I guess I should have called you Hitagi. I just seen Trash and I'm like, that's easier to say instead of Hitagi. Thank you, Hitagi. Not S tier, but maybe I was spoiled by reading the manga ahead. I quit the manga at the end of the Evil Eye segment. And personally, I'm liking it more in season 2 than season 1. It felt like it really brought the DanDaDan energy to life. Evil Eye is as a character I like. I do like Evil Eye's character. I just, again, I don't like that the characters themselves are split. The chemistry was lost during the storytelling. Some insane high points, exorcism, and the music fight. Dude, again, the exorcism was incredible. Such an incredible piece. Having Keita in a show saved season 2 for me. One of the best girl. Season 1 DanDaDan 10, season 2 9. That's pretty much where I'm falling. I think you're right. It's just a bump down. I think it's more than that for me. I think it's probably like bumped down to 8. It's not like a single point bump. Yeah, Evil Eye was the weakest point of the season for sure. Yeah, it kind of makes me glad they stopped there, because I don't like that they stopped where they stopped with part 1, but it makes sense now that you watch part 2. I still think they should have stopped, like, they should have just made season 1 10 episodes and stopped before leaving off to the Evil Eye segment. But you know what they were doing. They were trying to get you hooked in for the next season. Do you have a One Punch Man season 2 situation? Well, I wasn't hugely invested in One Punch, so I can't relate there. I know that fans, maybe for the fans of it, probably that was the feeling. But that was a visual dip, though. That was a visual dip. DanDaDan never stopped. DanDaDan never let up on the visuals, dude. It's super good. Godzilla, which looked like Godzilla, but due to copyright, Kaiju. Didn't like the Kaiju arc. I think I'm gonna A tier it. I really don't like to, but I have to go with my gut. It wasn't part 1. I love the season 1 so much. I'm gonna put it high A. I still really enjoy it though. It's still just a fun ride. It's one of those shows that no matter if I'm like engaged in the chemistry or not, it's like I can turn it on and I'm loving it. Like it's just so much fun. So A for DanDaDan, Lord of the Mysteries, a danhua. Yes, this is not an anime. It's a danhua. Don't want people to go, actually, that's not anime. I've said it. It's been clarified. It is not Japanese animation. It is Chinese animation. But I watched it. It's very anime-inspired concept, isekai stuff. Anime itself, the style itself is very Japanese anime. No, I'm not covering Western anime now. Don't ask me. This is me taking an exception just for this show, and technically 2B Hero X. Is 2B Hero X even in here? Where's 2B Hero X? Did I forget 2B Hero? Am I blind? I'm possibly blind right now. I may not have included it. I don't know, we might see it later on. If not, somebody can yell at me later. But no, I did take an exception to go check out Lord of Mysteries because I'm assuming Tencent botted the hell out of my channel to act like people hyping up that Lord of Mysteries was coming and that I should watch it. And so I did watch it. I covered it on a weekly basis, and I'm glad that I did. I really am glad. And I think there was a side of me that wanted to, just because I've heard phenomenal things about the director. I have not watched things like Link Click or anything like that, so I didn't really have like a basis to go by. It is the Link Click director, right? Or was that 2B Hero X? I think that was 2B Hero X, wasn't it? Anyways, I heard about the source material, and it was supposed to be really incredible. So I took a leap of faith. I think 2B Hero X was Link Click guy. I took a leap of faith, decided to check it out, heard incredibly high praise for the source material. Glad I did. Within the first episode, obviously, visually, incredible. Now, I have my misgivings of, like, yeah, 2B Hero X was Link Click. Thank you, RFX. I have my misgivings on overly polished CGI they loved using in there. That stuff I wasn't a fan of. There was even some points with like a train going through this area. It would look like it was a claymation setup. Like it looked like claymation environment. I wasn't a massive fan of some of the use of CGI, especially environment wise. But the setting itself with that CGI was really great. Like it's a Victorian type of setting type of thing. Steampunk Victorian type of setting. The environment in the world itself was beautiful. It didn't mesh well with the animation style. Anyways, but visually outside of that, phenomenal. Love the character designs, especially the female character designs. Holy crap, I love them. I love the character designs. Trissy. Trissy looks great. I love the female character designs. Love the character designs overall. But what kind of really grabbed me outside the visuals was the story. I do feel, and it was admitted by the director, if I remember correctly, that they did try to rush this earlier part of the story just to get to the good parts. Based on where they ended the season, it makes sense because they wanted to get this big plot point. It didn't hurt it too much for me, but I did feel like sometimes it feels like we're glossing over things and they're not really wanting to explain enough of the mechanics and the magics and whatnot. But I was immediately hooked. Like I'm like, this is a world that has a lot of thought put into it. Like this wasn't somebody just making up stuff as they go along in the story. This person really wanted to. This person had like an idea of this is what I'm gonna do for the next like 10 years, and of the world. This is what I'm gonna do with the next 10 years of the world, and I want it to all kind of come together at this point. I know where I want the character to be right here. Now let's build to that. I know I want these plot points here. Let's build to that. Everything feels like it plays out for purpose. Now, there's a story reason for that. But how it plays it out, it's one of those kind of like, oh, that was a really good twist there, or oh my gosh, they were planning that. I know they were planning on that because that makes sense, and that worked really well. You have those moments where you think back of parts over here. The mechanics of themselves are very in-depth. To give people an idea of what it's about is a guy does this ritual. He's down in his luck in his real life. He does this ritual, and it ends up transporting him from Japan or wherever he's at, probably China. Transported him from our world into this other world. And he's in the body of somebody who has just got done sending a piece of lead through his head. And he's not really sure why that person did it. Over time, he's starting to speculate. Was he forced to do it by some sort of means, or was he down his luck or whatever? But either way, upon going into the body, the head heals up, and he's now in the body of this guy. And from that point on, he starts to look into what sort of led up to the death of this person that he's in, and try to hopefully eventually use the ritual to get back to his previous life. And he ends up getting kind of caught up into this organization that investigates and stops bad Beyonders. Because in this world, you can essentially consume a potion. It will give you Beyonder abilities, which Beyonder abilities are like powers that you can use in this world, like magic or whatever. And Beyonders go into different pathways. Essentially, all these different pathways lead up more and more power to the point of becoming basically a god. And so you'll start at sequence 9 of a certain pathway, and you'll get the potions within that pathway, and they're almost like jobs. Like here's the pathway for assassins, and so you have different sequences and higher levels of assassin. Then you have over here is like what was it, grave digger? Man, it's been a while. This show ended. There are different pathways, and the higher you get up, the higher power you are. And so he joins an organization that kind of hunts them down, becomes the seer pathway, and he's developing his powers and going higher and higher up in it. Again, how much thought is put into each one of those classes, the different Beyonders, the abilities that each one of them have, how unique they are individually, is really great. And I was absorbed in it. I had a lot of fun covering it. Really enjoy the story enough that I want to check out the source material. But I am super excited that as much as we all meme on Tencent, I do appreciate the fact that Tencent was involved, because damn are they giving it the budget, and damn they've already locked it down for pretty much in a full adaptation, which is going to be going on for freaking 10 years. Like they've already laid out they're going to be adapting it for 10 years now. And if they can keep this budget and quality and directing, I'm on board. And again, I'm hoping that the pacing will stabilize now that they've gotten to where I'm thinking they were trying to rush to. I'm hoping the pacing will stabilize and we'll get like a proper adaptation going forward. Better than Solo Leveling? 1,000,000,000%, dude. Like, Solo Leveling's fun. Solo Leveling, especially Season 2, is fun. But I'm not going to that for a story. I'm going for that for, like, just fun. Lord of Mysteries is, like, it makes you think. It makes you think, and it's super clever. It will probably go down as one of my favorite isekais of all time. And it's not really, it doesn't really feel too isekai. He definitely thinks about a lot about the fact that he is an isekai, but it's more about, like, the Beyonders and all the crazy cults and whatnot that are tied in with the Beyonders and all that kind of crap. The past, the people, the Forsaken people, all that crap, the gods, him eventually seemingly becoming a god. That kind of stuff is all the crazy stuff. Because he does use a ritual in order to get back, and it brings him into this fog plane, and people that join him there think that he's a god. And so he plays into it. Anyways, that's me gushing about Lord of Mysteries, and I'm going to put up here in the S tier. 100% S tier. Really, really loved it. I would probably struggle between like a 9 or a 10 out of 10 for Lord of Mysteries Season 1. I almost want to give it a 9 just because I do feel that pacing rush. But it's still super good. It's still super, super good. My interpretation was, oh, you're reading somebody else. Self-practice led therapy. It's a very dark way to put it, yes. Very, very sort of sad way of putting it. The second season will be way better, trust me. They will actually start to show the world for real. If it gets better, that's insane, dude. Because it's already really good. It's already really good. Every time I hear Beyonder, I think comic entity of Marvel Comics. Lol. I think DanDaDan was a low A, high B this year. Season 1 made it fun episodes. I don't know what season was missing, but I think it's chemistry, dude. I think they were too separated, and it was too serious at times. I was reading some interview that said it was too expensive, but maybe they still do more than. For Lord of Mysteries, dude, they literally released a calendar. Unless everybody was reporting that and it ends up being a lie, I'm pretty sure that was real. They laid out a calendar. Like, this is how many seasons it will have. This is the movies that it'll have. This is the year it's coming out. Like, they got a schedule. Like, they got a schedule. They got Tencent went in there and said, make me a schedule. We're giving you money. What are you doing? Dude, I would have no doubt they'll make a game. Lord of Mystery is the little smart brother compared to the big jokey brother Solo Leveling. That's the odd thing. It's like it is odd that we're comparing Solo Leveling and Lord of Mysteries. They're not even like the same country. People like to compare the two, and I think that's probably because they're not technically Japanese source material. But they're not even like the same country. People on Twitter is saying it's boring and directing is messed up with and rushed. I mean, the best way to find out is to go watch it. It's a 9 for me, 10 if the pacing was good. Yeah, I think the pacing is what kind of hurts it, and how they don't really explain a lot of things. Ever watch the? I want to watch the dub. I did want to go back and watch the dub because I mean there was even problems with the translations at time. So I'm hoping the dub is a lot more cohesive. I do want to rewatch it as dub, though. I wanted to love Lord of Mysteries. The incredible world building was too choppy for me. I did like it a lot, though. Yeah, the characters so far have been good, too. I hope they get more into characters, because I think I think characters, are, in some cases, is some of the weakness. Like, I love Neil so much, dude. I love Neil. He is so great. But I feel like they could do more with the other characters. Like Leonard and stuff. Oh my gosh. The captain. The captain was a great character. The captain was such a good character. Oh man. Anyways. That is Lord of Mysteries. Highly, highly suggested if you're okay with checking out a donghua. Donghua. I think Lord of Mysteries is my first ever, like, 100% not Japanese production. Thanks, Dennis. I completely missed whatever happened. I'm gonna assume you chose right. I didn't even completely missed it. Guess I in your haven't watched list. Fall anime since Starlight. Yeah, that's why it's in that list. I put this list. This is the tier list I put together before this season of summer started, or when the season of summer started. Dub has better context. Hopefully, it's a good cast. I will admit, like, my only struggle that I had with Lord of Mysteries, and it's a similar thing that I had, but thankfully you had options for it. I don't find... I get easily distracted by Chinese dub. Not that I have a problem with Chinese. It's just that I think the similar problem that I have with listening to Chinese dub is the same issue that people have getting into Japanese anime and listening to Japanese dub. It's very distracting. And I can't do like with Japanese where I can hear some of the dialogues, thus I don't have to read. Like, I'm at the point now where I watch Japanese anime and subtitled with Japanese dub, and I sometimes don't even have to read the subtitles because I know what the character said. I don't need to read what the translator thinks they said. In some cases, thinks they said. Or I'll read the subtitle and go, that's not what they said, but okay, moving on. Chinese, I don't have that, and so it just kind of goes over my head. It's like watching a foreign film again for me. So I would actually like to hear auto brain translating exactly. I would like to hear an English dub. Hopefully it's good. For used to listening to Japanese, it's easier to follow along because you understand most of at least what's going. Yeah, exactly. And I do love, and that's what I sort of love about it, because you do hear. You hear what they're saying, and when they say it, when they emphasize certain words. Like, you can read subtitles and sometimes not really get the emphasis of what words they're emphasizing. If you know what they're, like, really straining on, you know what's important for them in that sentence. Yeah, sometimes they'll italicize it. Sometimes they'll do that, but in a lot of cases they don't. Anymore, they don't. Welcome to my world. Anyways, I didn't really watch much of this at all. Again, didn't watch any of this. Didn't watch really much of this. Arknights. Arknights. I really, really, really like Arknights. Let me try to think of all that was in this season. We pretty much the point where they went back to stop the city from hitting Lungman. Got Natala's backstory. Got a little bit of X. Tease a little bit into Doctor. What else? I'm trying to think. I want to feel like we got something else this season, didn't we? I think it was just mostly Talada's story. But I really like Arknights. I played a little bit of the game. Didn't really care much for the gameplay itself, so I quit at some point. But I've enjoyed the anime itself. It sadly never really gets a great amount of budget, but I've always felt like the directors and the team has done a really great job with it overall, despite that. But this season, I especially did like. Got a lot of great reveals to the characters. Won't get into too much details on it, because half of it's been a while since I've watched the actual season, and the other half is because we're 3 seasons in at this point. I'm gonna go A. I'm gonna go A. Like, high A. I actually enjoyed it more than DanDaDan, so I'm gonna put up DanDaDan for me. I really love Arknights overall in the world and the characters and everything. Gachiakuta is not part of this season as it is 24. Yeah, I don't know that I'll probably rank it, but and it's not going to be on my top 10 list because it's not ending, but yeah, I do agree that's going to be 2 seasons. That and Watari-kun's belief is about to collapse is continuing on. Sorry I'm late. Super having supper in UK. Well, bon appetit. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I love it. I love Arknights. Cute animal girls in floofy jackets and guns being tortured. Ruri rocks his S tier. Yay. Thanks. I did it for you. I was telling people earlier that John's going to come by later on. We're going to put it in S tier. And everybody's like, you know what? You can't do that. And I'm like, I'm doing it because John's going to be by later on. I did not watch any of The Prince. Didn't even bother. I wasn't a massive fan of the first season. I think it looked great in a lot of regards. Love this fan service, but I wasn't a massive fan of the original Seventh Prince, so I didn't watch season 2. City, the animation from the creator of my gosh, why am I blanking right now? Nishijo. Gosh, dang it, my favorite comedy of all time, and I'm blanking on the damn name right now. The creator of Nishijo coming back for a new property, Kyoto Animation, going absolutely insane as always. It's not Nishijo. It's not Nishijo. I don't know why I was really kind of expecting Nishijo, and maybe it's rose tinted glasses, but I could still go back and watch Nishijo clips and still like laugh my butt off. It's not Nishijo, but it tried to. Like, it had a lot of the feel of Nishijo. City was better than Nishijo. Dang. Hot take. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I think Nishijo is better, but again, I acknowledge that might be because I have like a long-time fondness of the old Nishijo. So, but I will say some of the stuff they did in City was incredible. Like, there was some like set pieces, like the whole like segment where they literally had like closed circuit television with like was it 10 different perspectives, like all culminating to like one big massive shot of all the characters coming together, was super interesting. Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, you don't have to mark them, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It had some really incredible segments in City, especially, that I really enjoyed. But I won't say that I liked all the characters. And that's my biggest problem. Because I want to think back. Because, again, I do acknowledge that with Nishijo, I think of all the best clips. And I go back and I check out clips and I love them. But did I like all the characters of Nishijo? Because this writer loves to kind of jump to different groups. Or at least bring people from different groups together. And have a segment on them. And then jump over here to do a segment on these characters. And there's sometimes where there's like through-line jokes that will connect them. For those who don't know, City, the animation, by the way, people, it's about a city, a bunch of people in a city, and it will, there's over here where there's these, these 4 women that are, sharing a room at this apartment, and they're having their shenanigans together. There's these 2 students that are part of this one club they made together. One's the kohai and one's the senpai, and one of them is about to move. Then you have over here, there's like the rich girl that likes to ward people all the time, and the butler likes to, do his own thing to make her happy. There's the soccer group, the soccer club group. Like, there's just different people in the city, and it'll jump to each one of them. Every now and then they'll interact with each other, or there'll be a through-line storyline that will connect them. Like, one girl loses the locket, and at some point she ends up getting the soccer kids to help her out trying to find it. One of them uses it to blackmail her at some point later on. Like, sometimes they'll intertwine, and the way they did that was really great. The way that the writer was able to kind of have a joke set over here before it'll be picked up over here, it'll connect over here, somebody utilize it over here. But again, similar to Nishijo, where they did kind of the same thing there, with City, there was I'm trying to think. I didn't like the mangaka. The newspaper guy that was trying to get the mangaka to make another joke comic for him, or he's trying to find somebody to make a comic strip for him. Those segments I really didn't care for. I didn't care much for the tower bit. That got really repetitive. Like there was quite a few segments where it didn't quite click for me. And comedy is subjective, as always. I just don't really remember that really being the case with Nishijo. But what Kyoto Animation did for it's phenomenal, though. I knew you would say that about Gagaka. It's just like constantly the whole like that's their bit over and over again. It's that's not funny when you see it 15 freaking time. Am I wrong? Is that funny? Like the third time I seen it, I'm like, I don't care anymore. I can just find somebody else. Just go find somebody else to do it. You're just nostalgic for Nishijo. I admitted that earlier. You don't have to say it in chat. I legit said that. I legit said that earlier. Such a hater. Everybody loved the bit where the guy goes, ah! My dog's getting upset. My dog's like, what's wrong with my master? He's acting weird. Mr. Bummer. Is that like that big of a hot take that I don't like the mangaka and that stupid bit? But no, what I did love, what was my favorite characters? Early on, I really liked the two club members. They were a lot of fun. The two of them were just absolute dorks. I always love the bits with the rich girl. I love her Seiyu so freaking much. But I found her to be a lot of fun. The three roommates, I think, were probably like the most fun out of the show. I got a massive kick out of them. What other character I'm trying to think of? There's some strong Yuri in there. The roommates are some strong Yuri in there. Oh, Riko. I freaking love Riko Izumi. The bits around the tire girl, I love it every time. Everybody loves that girl. Like no matter where she goes, everybody's it's like she's the girl that wants to be protected bit. Is really what it is. But I think they did some fun stuff with it. The classroom where everybody's trying to cover up the fact that she keeps falling asleep because they all want to help her. Yeah, she's a sleepy girl that everyone wants to protect. And everybody that sees her like gets the arrows of Doki Doki. Like the whole bit where like the police officer wants to be faithful but he can't do it. I love that whole bit. I thought that was a lot of fun. Anyways, it's a lot of talk for me to get into saying what I think it's going to replace it at. I'm not going to let the mangaka hold it down that much. Doesn't happen that often. Just like one or twice an episode. Yeah, I like the OP and DD. I'm gonna put up an S for now, but I might A it if it gets too much up there. This is gonna be an overflower. If there's too much in S later on, which I know there's like 2 other shows that's going to be definitely going up there, it might come down to A. We'll see though. But for now, given a chat pressure, I legit said it's going to overflow. It's going to go it's going to go down to A if I don't like if I have too much stuff in S. Okay, it's got an A. See, that's where I'm kind of at. Is 8 out of 10. I think it's where I'm at, and I think 8 out of 10 is A. John's right there. I think I'm in an 8 out of 10 category, and that's typically A for me. Andrew, the IGN of anime, absolutely hated it. 10 out of 10. I didn't say I hate the mangaka guy segments. That's all I said. And it's not as good as Nishisho. Nishisho is a 10 out of 10. Nishisho is 10 out of 10. This isn't Nishisho. But again, I acknowledge that I am probably rose-tinted glassing on Nishisho. So you didn't have the cow tits and thick thighs like Ruri rocks. Sorry, that's great. See, now you're saying that I have to actually combine these two. No, these are all shows in their own right. We're not comparing these shows themselves. Yes, Ruri rocks was more entertaining to me than City. Yes, I'm not going to deny that. It's definitely better than Nishisho. City is. Ponytail MC is basically Ed and Eddie. Don't bring Ed and Eddie. Don't bring Ed and Eddie in this. Don't bring that crap in here. You don't bring that crap in here. Anyways, that's my City take. All right, let's do 2 more, and I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna stop just before Dress Up Darling, for reasons. Just to bait people to stick around for the break. Culture Exchange for Game Center Girl. This show was very cute at the beginning. I think it has a really great start to it. I absolutely really... Was her name Alice, right? Alice? I really found Alice to be extremely adorable. I still hold this day it should have been now Toyama, because her voicing in the manga PV was so much cuter. But I do really appreciate the work of this Seiyu. Being that she can literally naturally speak English, so it makes sense why they chose her. But no, I found it really cute. The idea of a girl that goes to this game center in Japan. She does not know Japanese or barely knows Japanese, and she seems like she has a thing for the guy that works there. And they kind of make an agreement between each other to do sort of a culture exchange thing where they exchange a diary in order for him to learn English and her to learn Japanese. Very quickly she learns Japanese. She learns it quick. He doesn't learn English very well very quickly, but she learns it very quick. But yeah, it's obvious that this girl has a massive crush on him, and so it's just their kind of shenanigans with her coming to the game center, them playing different games, yada yada yada. I think within about 4 episodes, I kind of got what I got from it. And I think for majority of the series, it was just kind of a show that I just kept watching. But I don't think it really ever did as much as I was kind of hoping it would do. It had a cute start, cute setup. I liked the characters, but at some point it just felt like it was going through the motions. So it was a show that kind of cooled down on me very quickly. In the spirit of culture exchange, let's hear the best English impression. Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me what the fan art. Thank you for the 12, by the way. I appreciate it. What the fan art reminds me. I talked about this in my first tier list. The dub for this is horrible. the dub for this is offensively horrible. Like, I am surprised this came out of Crunchyroll of all companies. I'm sure they probably paid somebody else. I'm not sure if they themselves did it, but if they did, it's surprising that this was on Crunchyroll because it's extremely offensive, but it's hilarious because it's offensive. Because their idea of making a show about a language barrier dubbed is to literally make fun of English people. Like, you put govna at the end of your sentences and suddenly somebody can't understand your English. Might it would literally like make an entire thing out of like Australian, having them have like an Australian accent or something and saying mate at the end. It's like extremely stupid in that regard. Tired Scroll, thanks for the sub there. I appreciate it. I like the additional characters added. It was an enjoyable slice of life. Yeah, I like the girl at his school. She was a lot of fun too. The whole whack-a-mole segment was great. By the way, this volume of Lord of Mysteries is considered the worst by fans. Yeah, I think that's what they were implying with why they were rushing it. They wanted to get past this stuff. So yeah, I've heard that from several people. I think I'd seen everything by episode. That's pretty much where I'm at. Is it Ghost Stories horrible? No, it is not. It's not Ghost Stories. Ghost Stories is where they said we don't have anything to work with here. Do your own thing. At least that's what they say. That they said. I kind of want to look in that more. This is a case where they're trying to. The concept here is a girl that comes into Japan that doesn't know Japanese, learning Japanese while he, in some cases, learning English. You can't dub that. That concept, you literally can't dub that. And the person that decided to do that, it boggles my mind. Though I will admit, they stopped messing with that concept very quickly. I mean, it's a butt of a joke every now and then, but the language barrier kind of goes away very quickly. But you can't really dub that. But the way they did it was the whole show is translated and dubbed. It's just the moments where he doesn't understand her because she's talking in English. They just have her have like a really English accent, and suddenly he can't understand her. That's why it's offensive. They're all talking English. It's just she got a very English accent in there. A very English. Or was it British? I don't know if it was Brit. I think it was British. Would you like a spot of tea? What'd you say? Oh, I meant do you want something to drink? That's kind of the concept there. Would you like a spot of tea? Huh? Do you want something to drink? Oh, yeah, I want a drink. That's kind of why it's screwed up. Anyways, moving on. Let's go to C. I'm just gonna put in C. It's fine. It's not horrible. Silent Witch. Again, technically, oh my destiny. Thank you. British. Silent Witch. Still technically one more episode left. I cannot wait. I have really, really enjoyed Silent Witch. Concept here is a girl that she's very, she has a lot of horrible stuff happened in her past. She has a lot of difficulty with communicating with people. She goes to a magic training academy, eventually realizes that she cannot pass her exams because she can't talk in front of people. You have to chant your spell in order to cast a spell. So she basically masters the art of chantless casting, which is completely unheard of. So she becomes the Silent Witch. Very quickly, that leads her being pretty much part of the 7 sages, which are like the best sages of the land. And she just goes up in a hut somewhere and hides there. Cut forward, she's then recruited by another sage to essentially protect this prince, who's going to get assassinated. And now she's forced to be in this academy that she once already graduated. Not the same academy, but an academy to protect this prince. And she's an absolute dork, goofball, socially broken girl. Thanks for the hydrate. Broken girl, having to communicate with people and protect this prince. Monica legit makes the show. Monica is an absolutely beautiful character that I absolutely adore. And while I do have my misgivings about some of the side characters and some of the plot lines, assassination attempts on the prince and yada yada yada, Monica kind of carries, because Monica is so far a very well developed character. She's got her Monica, I love her development so far. I've loved getting into her backstory, her horrifically tragic backstory with her father, who was like this mathematician. Getting into her backstory has been tragic, but kind of seeing how she has slowly developed in this whole ordeal, whereas it's something that she didn't originally want to do, which was, have to go to this school around a bunch of people and protect this prince. It's seeing how once it was a forced duty, now slowly becoming something that she enjoys. And I think it was accented here recently when somebody kind of had to point out to her, you're here to protect the prince. You're not here to go to school. And you're going like, oh yeah, that's right. She's suddenly realizing I kind of just like being here and having friends for once. It's Bocchi the Witch. I think I said that when my first impressions. She's literally like Bocchi from Bocchi the Rock, slowly realizing I kind of like being around people. Why not magicless casting? Why would she magicless casting? It's clearly more powerful. So you just chant and nothing happens? Why would that be more powerful? Is that like the whole like the words are stronger, or the pen is stronger than the gun? I don't forget what the stupid term is. Anyway, shut up. I really do enjoy it. I won't say that I am like I said earlier, incredibly impressed by some of the assassination attempts and the characters themselves, like especially like early on, the first two kind of crises that they overcome turn out to just be like cackling bad guy characters that really weren't well put together. But I don't really expect too much within like the first two episodes to have like some great plot points set up for an evil character to kind of bring to forth. But I think it's kind of in all cylinders for me beyond that point. Like every time, yeah, the pen is mightier than the sword, yeah. I think all the plot points beyond that have been solid for me. And I really loved seeing Monika's character slowly progress. Yeah, screw Bernie. Screw Bernie, dude. That dude's toxic as hell. I don't think they're ever gonna make me like that character. I did like how they did Casey. I think that was a really good story. Do I want to S tier it? Do I want to S tier it? I don't know. I don't know that I want to S tier it. I'm gonna tentatively S tier it. This is a show that I do look forward to every single week. I think it's a very beautiful looking show. I absolutely adore Monika. But my hesitation really is around the fact that I don't think some of the story plot points are that great. Like they're not that clever. Like I think for the most part, I love seeing Monika's development, but I don't think the overall story is that deep. I think there is a little bit of a weakness there that I hope eventually develops into something, but I can honestly step back and say I don't think the main story is that great. Okay, so you agree with me on this one, Joku? Yeah. Tentatively, I'm putting an S. Tentatively put it in S. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. We're at the. I get to have something here to bait people into sticking around. I'm gonna take a quick break and move my legs. You guys too, chat. Take a break. We're gonna take a break and we'll be right back.
My buttons. My buttons. Back, chat. Dude, I just seen a gif of Slow Loop, and I thought to myself immediately, where the hell is Season 2 of Slow Loop? It needs to happen. I love my Slow Loop. Well, I rate Silent Witch from 1 to 10. I would probably say it's an 8 area, which is kind of why I kind of want to put it in A tier. Let's just do that now. Let's do that now. Let's do it now. Just do it. Just do it. For Season 3 of Vinland, I don't doubt we're going to get a Season 3 of Vinland. Did they already announce it? I don't think they have yet. I have no doubt we'll get another one. Unless I'm free to be. Andrew gave the okay. We can go to the bathroom. And you first need to make S++++. Oh, for Dress Up Darling? Alright, Dress Up Darling. My Dress Up Darling. What the Fanart wants me to stop delaying it and just get into it. My Dress Up Darling. I don't know why you wouldn't know what it's about. It's about a guy that does decorating for dolls, and this has led to him being kind of outed by some friends of his in his childhood. Eventually, he, at school, meets a girl who is into cosplay. Very lewd type of cosplay at times because she really likes this really pervy visual novel. And he starts doing cosplay, crafting her outfits and whatnot for her. And he gets sucked into the world of cosplay. And, yeah, it's kind of been the bit for the majority of it. And the idea of their romance slowly blossoming. Well, really, she's, like, getting doki doki for him, and he's kind of oblivious to it for the most part. Season 2 was a massive upgrade for me, I think. My gosh, I say that in legit. Deity's like, I think Season 1 was better. This is like opposite to what I was talking about earlier. This is a case where I feel like Season 2 bumped it up for me. Am I the only one here? Because I have one person going against me already. I thought Season 2 was an incredible improvement. Mainly because Season 1, I think, for the most part, was just, like, a lot to do with, like, the insecurities that, a lot of the insecurities the characters have. Introducing a lot of characters. And some really fun fan service. Some developing of Madin's love for him. Season 2, I think, is so much better with character development. And animation. Clover, like the production committee, Cloverworks, we had something increased. Something budget. They had better animators available for it. Something. There is so much animation in Season 2. Like, every shot. It's similar to Ruri Rocks, where it feels like constantly characters are moving. Even in a regular shot of a character, they're very expressive. Their character moves around a lot. I've always talked about this with shows with higher amount of animations in areas where they don't really necessarily need it. The example I was giving the other day when I did my review for Ruri Rocks was a scene where you have Nagi and she's writing down something. She's writing down a diagram to explain something to Ruri. And Ruri the entire time is off on the side of the frame, and she's doing this thing where she's kind of looking at it. It's like the Ace Ventura thing. Like, it's that whole thing. They didn't have to have her animate that way. They could have had her just sitting there looking down while the pin's moving. But they chose to show how interested she was in what was being drawn because she wants to know what's happening. And the animation says something. The animation says how interested she is. That over animation adds livelihood to the character. It makes them feel like a character rather than a drawing that is in a frame. And I feel like Dress Up Darling Season 2, that increased a lot. There's a lot of shots in Dress Up Darling where it just feels like they want to have the characters very moving. Keep them moving. Keep them alive. Don't hole in a shot. That speaks volumes to how much effort they were putting into the second season, and it made me feel the characters were more alive. Again, adding to the fact that I think a lot of the character developments in this season were just really increased. I got a lot more insights into, my favorite character,
Sorry, I got distracted for a minute there. I got a lot of character developments for the characters that I didn't really see in Season 1 that was very open. I guess technically the only character... Let me think. Hold on a second. Yes, towards the later part, Modding had a lot of great moments, but I think most of her development with her relationship with him was mostly in Season 1, but I think Season 2, it was just kind of captained again with this season. I think they still did plenty of the cosplay stuff that I really did appreciate. I think my favorite part overall was probably Juju, but that's technically, for me, Juju is my favorite character of the series overall. I just love her character, and I really wasn't expecting to see her much. It was funny because like I think at some point I mentioned that I felt like they were neglecting Juju, but then somebody mentioned the fact, don't worry, something's coming for Juju here soon. Don't worry, Juju's coming around. We'll bring in Juju eventually, and then suddenly out of nowhere, Juju shows up, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, Juju has like this massive so the word here, I'm blanking on the word, insecurity that we technically did address in the first season, which was her body type. She has an insecurity there with her body type, and oh yeah, by the way, there's more here because she literally feels like this is not something that she can continue to do. And the thing that I love so much about Juju's segment was that there was she has, I wouldn't call them flaws, she has two insecurities that sort of mold her into having a problem, which is that she is uncomfortable with connecting to other people and being a part of a group, and she has like this insecurity about her future, but because she finally broke out of that shell and actually encountered other cosplayers and interacted with other people that are older than her, suddenly she gets remedies for her insecurities and her body type. At the same time, she's also learning that this is something that she technically can continue to do. It was a very clever way of kind of just bringing it all together for her and snapping it out of it. Not that I think that she's like fixed or anything like that, but it was good. So this massive, she's a massive sister. She has a massive sister. I guess you could say that. It's good stuff. Gojo, yes, Gojo. I have to get into Gojo. I think Gojo was probably the biggest development this season, because I think Gojo for the first season, I didn't find Gojo in the first season to be that annoying, but he is sort of falling in that realm of the guy that just kind of wah-wah-wahs all the time. But I think they did well in the first season to kind of explain to me why he has a massive insecurity. But I feel like the progress in season 2 has been very well done, where it's not like light switch, but it is like a slow, steady progress of him liking where he's at and not always assuming that everybody is going to be like that one girl did to him. Like, I can be comfortable around other people. They're not all out to get me. Not everybody thinks I'm disgusting. I think him and his confidence boost in this season has been great. Accepting who he is, accepting his position, getting more bold, which has been fantastic. Yes, it still has a lot of the tropes of rom-coms of like the will they, won't they, and oh my gosh, the misunderstandings and thinking that we're gonna do it right now. That stuff is still kind of, it's still there. It's funny, but they've been doing really good to kind of progress their relationship. I think overall, like I said, I think visually, character progression, character development, it's been good stuff. It's been super good stuff. Had the equivalent of, I did really like that character. Who was that? What was their name? God, what was their name? Really liked that story, by the way. Are they not on the Annie list? Oh, no, go back. Amano? Chisose Amano? That was their name, right? Yeah, I like that character. I think Gojo needed to to get a lot of character growth before they could ramp up the romance. I think so too. He needs confidence. He needs confidence in himself. Otherwise, it's gonna continue to be that whole thing as she doesn't really like me kind of thing, which I honestly don't really want to see in this story. You never get too old to cosplay? Yeah. I think it's a general concept there. It's like you never get old to what you want to do. Everybody likes something. Some people are more expressive about it. They don't like when a male character is oblivious to the fact that a girl likes him. It can get... I'm not going to deny that I get a little bit of frustration there. I just don't think he's thinking about it for the most part. At least it hasn't had too much in it where it's like she says something and he doesn't get it. She's not saying anything yet. She said it, yes, or she pecked him on the cheek and he thought that she was clicking her tongue. Yeah, that was stupid. It was cute though. We really haven't had with his character where she's like Daisuke and she's like, was she talking about the food we were eating? They haven't done that. So I don't find... I think that, yes, he's dense, but they really haven't had her, like, spell it out to him that she wants him to make a move or anything like that, and he's not seeing it. She's not expressed anything, so right now they're just friends. So I'm not too bothered by it. Anyways, I'll put an S. Is Nukitashi not on the list? Is it not? It should be. You're right. I don't know why it's not on the list. I guess I should do Nukitashi now. Where would I put Nukitashi since it's not on the list and I'll probably forget about it? I want to say Nukitashi should be S tier because it's the show that we need. Nukitashi is the show that we need right now. I'm assuming I didn't put it in the list because it hadn't aired yet. At the time that I made this list. I would assume that I would put it in anyway because there was some shows that hadn't aired at the time. Nukitashi, societally, we need right now because we need a show that says F you, I'm going to do what the hell I want to do, and I'm not going to hold anything back. I found quite a bit of... But, like, critically, like, what do I actually think of Nukitashi as a show overall? I don't think it's a perfect show. It's not a 10 out of 10 show. I think it has some lulling points. I think it has a lot of points where I think it could have done more and it didn't. Like, it held back, or at least it kind of lost. It didn't have enough material to work with at times. But I think what it sought out to do, I think it executed pretty damn good. Like, it is a show about a guy that goes back to his home island, which has got this perverted law, which literally requires anybody that is legally of age to have to bang. And if they don't bang, they will be punished. If you literally can't say no. If a guy wants to bang a girl, they bang. If the girl wants to bang a guy, they bang. You can't do it for yourself. Yeah, you're not allowed to take care of that urge yourself. You have to go do somebody. And he doesn't like that. He likes love. He likes, banging to be of only people that you love. And so he wants to fight back against that whole perverted law. He meets this girl that's obviously, from the very beginning, obviously, Nukitashi is the show. Nukitashi, the animation. Obviously, is his childhood friend. But they have, like, a history together. And she joins the ranks with them, with his sister. So they all together fight the bad guys. They end up getting joined by a loli. A girl that is seen as a loli. And people will not bang her because she looks too young because of her body type. And she pretty much joins them because she believes that she's a bad girl because she's not following the law and doing what they need. But literally nobody wants to do it because they're afraid that she's too young. There's this one girl she says that she's too chubby, but I believe that she just lacks like presence. Like nobody even knows that she's there. So she's too chubby and she thinks that she's too fat, that nobody wants to do her. So you have like literally the opposites. You have the I'm too petite, nobody wants me, and I'm too fat and nobody wants me. And again, it's just them all coming together to make the no love, no sex group. NLNS. Yeah, NLNS. But yeah, it's bonkers. Like the whole show is stupid. It's absolutely stupid. The concept is stupid, but it sort of takes itself serious to make it a logical story. Like this is something that I can honestly see happening, because literally what it comes down to is a government official of this island basically is using it for control. Like what is one of the most like controlling mechanism of the human mind? Urges, sexual urges. It's like, especially for men, it's just something that is like, you gotta have it. It's using that to control. And so it just turns it into like a logical like plot point to build into something that is absurd as hell. Again, I won't claim that the show is on all full cylinders the entire time. Like there was some episodes where they could have done some really fun stuff with it, but they didn't. Like I guess for example, the one they had the theme park. They had the theme park episode. It has a wild ending to the episode, but for the most part, like a lot of what they could have done with it wasn't that great. Like there's episodes to each thing. There was a school festival episode, but it felt like they could have done some clever stuff, lewd stuff with each of the different competitions, but they didn't. Like they kept it very basic. But there was other times where they went on all cylinders. Like there was times where it went absolutely wild. Like the whole last segment, the final big combat sequence before the final episode was hilarious. You had mines coming out from underneath the ground to, attack the girls that were after him. You had these drones that were flying around shooting projectiles at the women. You had this chick over here sniper rifling crafted units after girls, like ricocheting them off of objects. It's wild. It is insanely stupid, and I had a lot of fun watching it, but I won't claim that it was like great all the time, which gets me down to probably saying it's probably a B. I think overall it's a B. I think it's an incredibly good show that's needed right now, because I like having something here that literally says we don't give an F and we're going to do a bunch of crazy stuff, but it's not like anime of the year. Like I'm not going to oversell it. More, if you want to get from me like what is a really good show that does stuff like that, it's Immoral Guild. It is Interspecies Reviewers. Those shows are like good writing the whole time, and good comedy and crazy stuff in it as well. So if you're looking for something like Nukitashi and want to know if I would like something like that would do it really well, that's gonna be those shows. But I don't think Nukitashi's there, but I like what it does. Anyways, so yeah, be on Nukitashi, that I don't for some reason have on my list. I didn't like Shimoneta. I do want to rewatch Shimoneta, but I did not like Shimoneta when I watched the first time. So it's on my plan to watch again list, because I do want to give it another shot. Anyways, unfortunately, I did not get caught up on Rascal, so I did not watch the new Rascal. I will hopefully eventually get around to it, because I really badly I didn't love Rascal, but I have not watched the movies, and so I didn't watch the new one. Anybody that watched it, was it good? Was the new season good? Good as it was showing censorship. Yeah, I don't really feel that it... I forget what my problem was with it. I think I wanted it to show... I think my original dislike of Shimoneta was that I wanted it to be more about that, and I felt it wasn't, but I might be misremembering. It's been so long. And since I wasn't a big fan of it, I completely just wiped it from my mind. It was an A, S tier. S or an A. Oh, good. Good. B. I like S. B, S. Oh, I guess RFX says high B, so. RFX and what the fan art's on the same page. Anyways. Taki, I'm not even going to delay it. It's going to be the top of the top. Top. I don't think literally anything this season's going to dethrone it. Spoiler to my top 10 anime of the season list, because that's legit going to be up there. Probably number 1 unless I debate it off stream and I change my mind. Taki is original. Yeah, I don't do this much, but I would be even willing to do this. I'd be willing to, for once in one of these tier lists, to make an additional tier list segment, because I don't even want to put it on par with this stuff. It is, without a doubt, hands down, it's gonna be in my top 10 anime. It probably, I'm gonna have to look at the list. I'm going to probably consider this to be placed in my top 10 anime of all time. I think Takapi's Original Sin is a perfect anime. Like, it is 10 out of 10, phenomenal show that knows what it wants to do. It achieved that, and it did it leaps and bounds above what I would expect anything else in the industry to ever achieve. It is one of those ones that transcends the mania. I Just Up Darling Season 2 is higher S than Taki. Fight me. You can yawn me all the time you want the fan art, which I appreciate, by the way. But you're not changing my mind on that. I am not going with you on that one. I can say thank you, appreciate the donation, but we're not going on the same page here. We could agree to disagree on that one. Anyways, getting back to this. Takapi's Original Sin is literally something special. I go right to jail. Yeah, it's a timeless tier. I really do feel like Takapi's Original Sin is one of those shows that comes every now and then where I know 10 years down the road, I will still tell people go back and watch that. I will still always put the stipulation there. Be ready, because it is dealing with heavy subjects, but it's something I will still tell people to go. So to give my big nutshell, because I did a whole video on this, which I really do hope people check out. I did a whole review video of Takapi's Original Sin. It's in my review time list on the page. What makes Takapi's Original Sin special? Let's start off with the visuals. They, my gosh, went ham on this show. Like, the expressiveness, the directing, all that stuff was phenomenal. Every single scene portrayed something and was done in a way that captivated you emotionally through visuals. A good example. You have this whole segment where they're hiding something, and a bunch of the adults are getting involved now because that something hidden has been found, and you have a character in a classroom, and everybody's discussing that something happened, and the visual perspective is coming up towards his face as he's got his head down at his desk, and everything's almost fisheye around him. That feeling of that loomingness where he's like isolated and he doesn't want anybody to notice him. Don't call my name. Don't ask me about it. Please nobody look at me. Please nothing, come to light about this. The portrayal of the emotion that he's having was done visually and just so well. Another good example is when that same character is in a hallway and he's called out by his brother. You have his mind run wild with his fears, and it's shown through the fact that his brother is looming down on him with these almost distorted arms grabbing him. It's so incredibly done. Like, every single one of these scenes were so well done. You gotta go. All right, take care of what the fan art. Visuals aside, because again, I think it's pretty much perfect. I love the style. They captured the original manga. It's very artistic. I love it. The story is where it's at. I think this was a very, very beautifully portrayed story. It's a story that is dealing with bullying. It's dealing with child abuse. It's dealing with domestic violence. It's dealing with what was the best word for that one? I guess I don't have to get into that. I think alone the abuse aspect is what I gravitated to most, and the bullying as well. I grew up quite a bit of my life. I technically was bullied. I at some point would manage to find a group that I can hide with to avoid bullying, but it was still present because I wasn't always with them. So I wasn't subjected to the levels that our character technically is, which I think is just heartbreaking what she's put through. But I sort of feel in a way what she's going through. Thankfully, I wasn't put through the parental neglect that she was, which I think is equally as horrible. But you have a main character that is being put through both bullying and neglect by her parents, not having a father in her home, not having a mother present, all these things culminating into a series of events. That was heartbreaking, but I think the thing that I love more was what it builds into, which is the story of the bully. That stuff, even though I was bullied in my life, that stuff I found even more incredible. Because it gets into this concept that I put in sort of my tagline for Takabi's Original Sin, which is hurt people hurt people. It's an old phrase, I think, that's been around for a long time, but I think it works perfect here. The idea of, because you have a mother who is a what's the term? I'm blanking on the term of it. Escort. You have a mother who's an escort, which is causing another family's relationship and structure to crumble, which is causing another girl to essentially want to erase the child of the other family. It's a hurt people, hurt people, hurt people, hurt people. Neglect, abuse, bullying. Yeah, it's essentially homewrecker, because it's essentially the Mina's mother or father is spending all of his money on Suzuka's mother, and it's causing her family to fall apart, and thus her mother is abusive to her, and thus now every time she sees Shizuka's wearing clothes that technically were probably bought by the money that her mother got from her father, and now she just wants her to be gone. You're a reminder every time at school, I hate your family, I want you to disappear. And it's horrible. It is absolutely horrible. But I loved it. It's one of those stories that is extremely hard to watch. It is extremely punishing. It doesn't hold anything back. All the portrayal of, like, especially Marina and her mother and the abusive scenes that are there are so raw and visceral and so heartbreaking to watch. It just triggers something in you. Like, I don't like what I'm seeing. Like, if I was in that room, I would be like, stop this. Like, what is going on here? Again, even the scenes with Shizuka and the abuse that she gets from Marina. He's like, you want to stop it, and say, stop this. I don't care how you got to this scene. Go your separate ways. Yeah, the scar was, ugh. I loved every bit of it, though. I don't want to get too much details here. Please go watch it. I've said too much at this point. I think it is a special show. I'm glad that they even made a statement that they were not going to hold anything back with the adaptation because they wanted to respect the original creator. And I'm glad they didn't, because it came across in the visuals, it came across in the story. I think it is going to be one of those shows that I'm going to think about for a long time. I'm still thinking about it. It's incredible. So, yeah. Legendary. Takami. Move on. I did not watch any of this. Did not watch... And Shirley, I think early on, I'm going to check the comments. Is everybody on agree with me on this one? Hoping for the other manga if the author, from the same author, does everything right in 6 episodes. I do like the fact that it was 6 episodes. Yes, you're correct. I'm glad they didn't try to drag it out. It was 6. That's all we needed. Get it done. Close it. Yeah, end it. Is a fully Cooley formula 6 episodes and string attached? I think, again, 6 episodes is what they needed. And they got it done, if that's what you're asking. You think it's overrated? That's fine. I typically don't use the word overrated personally because I sometimes feel like, and I don't know that you're doing this, I sometimes feel like overrated and underrated are typically saying I don't like how popular, I don't like how popular this is, and I don't like how not popular this is. And that doesn't really mean much to me. The slapping scene. Yeah, every scene with the two of them is like, God, stop. For a second, I was thinking he will say he was abused like mine. No. My parents, I love my parents. My parents, I was very blessed for my parents. Problem with Nukitashi was that it wanted us to root for the villains. I don't think they did that. I didn't gather that. I mean, at some point, they do make you realize that these people are all perverted by the same problem. In the end, with Nukitashi, and soft spoiler here, in the end, they all have the same problem. Everybody in the story has the same problem. The root problem is the perverted law. Everybody is equally at fault for all kind of falling into it. Taki is not even a controversial anime good at what it does. Yeah. Taki is indeed legendary tier, real masterpiece. Her father at the end not speaking to her, seeing the clouds show her emotions. Great visual. You can feel the character's pain. Yeah. Takami is a recommendation to all anime fans. Newbies would be shocked though. Oh yeah, it's you gotta be very clear with people. It's going to be graphic. It's a very adult. It's a story that assumes you are mature and ready for this. Mature and ready for this. You have to be knowing what you're getting into. And it's not going to hold anything back. Misunderstanding, the main group are the villains. The perverted law is love. Oh, you mean NLNS is the villains characters. I get you. But my whole point is they're all villains. FS is villain. They're all villains. My whole point is that they are all casualties of the same problem. NLNS, FS, the citizens, they're all in the same boat. But it's a very common story, the idea of following the villain characters. Anyways, Anne Shirley. I really loved Anne Shirley early on, because truth be told, I think what sells a show and what is sort of like the bread and butter, I think, of Anne Shirley is Anne Shirley. She's a dork. She's a brat. She just loves to speak her mind and just never shuts up, and that's what I've always really loved about it. I'm pretty sure that's what I loved about the original series, so it's been too long since I watched it. I don't even remember if I watched all of it. But I really enjoyed it back then. Getting into this one, though, I still really, really enjoy it. The second time watch through with this new adaptation, I think they did a pretty solid job on it. I will admit, though, and this could be just me personally because of, like how swamped I've been over the last few weeks. Once we get into the whole, college arc, I kind of felt like I was slipping. And I don't remember if that was a case in the original series or not. But I really feel like the moment that she leaves, Green Gables and stuff like that, and leaves out there and gets into the college arc, I lost interest. I don't know if that, again, I don't know if that was something I felt with the original series or not. But I think I really loved Anne Shirley, especially in the earlier moments of the series in her life, because she's just kind of she's a tradition breaker. She knows how to get at people. She knows how to get at people. If people are if there's a neighborhood Karen, she's gonna lash back at them. If there's a stability that's been created, she's gonna break it. And I don't really feel like that's really in the case in the later moments of it. I haven't finished this new adaptation. I'm like 4 episodes from finishing it. But I have to admit that I have sort of lost interest in the later parts of it. Kind of agree the college parts are boring. The ties with the family and friends weren't there anymore. Yeah, and even when she goes back home and she like this recent episode I watched where she's reacquainted with a friend and they're going through something, it still got me. Like getting back in the hometown still got me. But I feel like the whole stuff at college is like kind of boring. Like they meet new characters. Like I forget what her name is. The new girl that she's run into recently in the series that I'm watching that brings her back to her hometown, like her actual home. She's kind of a dork. But again, yeah, a lot of it's kind of me. Wild Plot, Night of a Living Cat, also on Shirley A tier. Necronomicon comic horror came to me as a surprise. Really nice. Didn't expect much from it. Kaiju number 8 felt nothing happened. Yeah, we're going to talk about Kaiju. We're going to talk about Kaiju. Hold on. We're going to talk about Kaiju. We're going to talk about that. Hold on. We're going to talk about that. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna put it like I'm putting B. I think in the end I'm probably gonna fall in B tier. I don't think it's gonna correct itself with the final episodes, but I think I'm in B area. The original had didn't have a college arc. Did really? All 50 episodes original mapped to it. First 12 of it. Yeah, I know that the original was like a lot longer. And I was kind of curious if this one was going to cut out filler or not, because I haven't read it. I haven't read the original one, so I don't know like what all is in original or not. But crazy. Maybe that was what was the huge difference for me. Interesting. Again, it's been so long since I watched the original. Didn't watch. ChatGPT says didn't watch. I think that's Necronomicon, right? Kaiju. Kaiju number 8. I was talking to somebody the other day about Kaiju number 8. And I kind of came down to like, besides like 4 episodes, a very shrug season. A very shrug season overall, besides like 4 really good episodes. Like 4 episodes, like suddenly I'm locked in. Like, holy crap, what are we doing here? Essentially opening up, we have a mass. Well, we were already split in the cast in the beginning with the first season. Let me bring up some of the characters, because there's some characters I legit have forgotten their name by now, and I really don't care for their names. But so I don't like misname names. For me, I think this is a bad outline because I don't know these pictures, because their character designs are changed so freaking much. Bring up my outline. My outline's better. Where's Kaiju number 8? Kaiju number 8. Dude, where is my outline for this damn show? I know I have one. I don't have an outline for the show? That's fine. I think that's who I think that is. I don't really care. I think his name is Jin. Like, the whole segment with Jin and Reno, I didn't really care much for. The whole problem I think I have with season 2 or part 2, is it season 2 or part 2? Season 2. I think my big kind of holdup for season 2 of Kaiju number 8 is this is sort of going into that realm of the same problem I had with, it's like an accelerated Dragon Ball. There. Best way I can explain my problem with season 2 of Kaiju number 8 is it's an accelerated Dragon Ball. For those that did not get into the Dragon Ball train or don't know what I'm talking about here, Dragon Ball at some point, later part of Dragon Ball Z, I guess it's early Dragon Ball Z, at some point, Dragon Ball as a franchise very quickly jumps into the realm of there's such a massive gap in power between the main character and a select few other people than anybody else. And thus, the only important characters at some point is these ones. Because everybody else facing the same threat that they have to go up against are gonna do zero. Zilch. Nothing. Season 1 of Kaiju number 8, I think, had a good balance where everybody was kind of doing their own part. And he was brought into the fold. And in a lot of cases, Kafka was actually, like, his butt was saved by everybody else. Because, in a lot of cases, he couldn't produce anything. And there's a little bit of that in the Season 2 as well. He's getting his butt saved by everybody else. And you see, like, how this force saves the town and all the work they put into it and how they come together and how they strategize against the kaiju. Season 2, we're already getting to the realm where, okay, well, now that Kafka is one of these kaiju, now everybody's got to get basically kaiju powers. We have to have everybody be Kafka. And now suddenly we have 4 people that are extremely powerful and nobody else matters. That's why, yeah, it's basically, and that's a lot of my complaint with Super, and it was technically in Z as well, is we've already gotten to the realm where nobody really matters except for these people. These are the only people that matter anymore, which is okay for some cases. Like I technically my favorite parts of it, and that's really what it comes down to with Kaiju number 8 season 2. It comes down to the only fun parts of the show anymore are the most OP characters having some insane fight, while everybody else is just kind of panicking, figuring out where they're going to stand and react to the big boss guys. So anyways, that's all for me to say that the only parts early on that I really enjoy was obviously the last stand of the captain. Was it captain? No, it was a general. His last stand was really great. Like, massive gut punch. Shinomiya's father. I think that whole segment was really great. I loved Shinomiya going out and going crazy. Again, even though she has gotten her, OP powers and she's going out there fighting with her massive axe, it was still freaking epic. Seeing Hoshina, that whole segment, his way of kind of powering up was really cool as well. I thought it was actually kind of funny. I found that very entertaining. But I think overall in the end, it's like, besides like 5 really good segments, a little brief moment with Kafka and his girl off the side, reminiscing of old days. Besides like a few really good segments, I think overall it's kind of like a, season. It's just everybody trying to get their own god powers. Getting punched by the Titan was crazy. Yeah, the season end sucks, by the way. The season's end sucks, by the way. What a stupid end. I know they haven't announced a sequel yet, have they? I mean, it's gonna get a sequel, but yeah, why 11 episodes if you're gonna stop there? I'm guessing this is the end, because I heard it's not that long, right? Any source material fans, like how much longer we have? I've heard it's not a very long series. Yeah, it has a really blah ending. I still think it's fun though. I'm gonna put it in B. It's still an entertaining watch. Yeah. Put it C. Whatever. Only around 40 chapters left. Yeah, it makes you wonder if this is like the final arc. No, there's no 12th episode. Anyways. Season ends like cutting the Chimera arc from Hunter x Hunter when you first meet I've never watched Hunter x Hunter. I do need to get watching that though. I didn't watch this. I didn't watch enough of it to care. Didn't watch gachiakuta. I've been enjoying it so far. It's not been great. I do love the world. I really, really love the world. I love the art style. Had some really good moments recently. I'm quite a bit behind on it. I think so far it's kind of like a solid B for me. And I'm looking forward to more of it. Mahongro is great. Yeah, he wasn't vibing with me early on. I meant to get back to it, but I never did. Fragrant Flower Blooms. Yeah, I think my brother watched Hunter x Hunter, and I think he enjoyed it. Yeah, gachiakuta is 2 core. Yep. Fragrant Flower Blooms. The show caught in Netflix hell. Where are we at? What is Netflix at right now? Episode 4? I think we're 4 episodes in on Netflix right now for, unfortunately, North America audience. But, yeah, Fragrant Flower Blooms is been a very special show. And, yes, a lot of that has to do with Karuka being extremely adorable. She is, like, probably the cutest thing ever. I think overall, my expectations for the show was pretty high coming in, just because I've heard nothing but good things about the source material. And obviously, when the season was coming around, I think this was probably... Is it still up there? It was one of the highest, most anticipated shows of the summer season. I think only Dress Up Darling was beating it at the time. It was beating out Gachiakuta. Where is this? No, this is freaking 20... Why is it 2023? Current season. Where's it sitting at a Mal? Yeah, it is the 3rd top show on Mal, despite it being stuck in Netflix hell. It is the 3rd top membered show on Mal, which is insane to think. I knew it wouldn't beat DanDaDan, but anyways, that's how it was. When the season was coming around, it was that high, and come to find out it was because there was a lot of people that loved the source material. So that gave me a lot of expectation for it coming into it. And finally getting around to watching it, because again, we technically had to go through either VPN to Japan and they had subtitles on there, or you had to wait for somebody to subtitle it and get it elsewhere. And when I finally started watching it, I was immediately hooked by Karuko, because she's like the freaking cutest thing ever. I love the height difference between her and Rintaro, the main character. But what kind of sold me on the show overall is, I think, the progression of their story. Yes, it is sort of a... It's not like an overplayed element here, but it does technically happen a lot. It's the trope where the guy's super, like, mean looking, so everybody thinks he's a bad guy. But oh no, this cute little girl that is absolutely adorable, she sees right through it. She sees right through it that he's actually a good guy. Oh yeah, it so happens that everybody legit around him sees that he's actually a good guy. It's just only he himself cannot accept the fact that he is not a bad guy. Rightfully so, because everybody that isn't in his inner circle run away from him. Literally, like even the thugs in the town literally run away from him because he's that scary. So it's kind of that misunderstanding thing about himself and that complete lack of self-confidence in himself. But anyways, it's the whole concept of the cute girl that shows up out of nowhere and is paying attention to him. He doesn't know why. And then throw in the Romeo and Juliet element as well, which I admit is also kind of overplayed as well. But it's the idea that she's going to this one university that is for, like, the maidens of the area, like all the daughters of all the executives and high class families go to this one place. And right next to it, for some reason, they built this building right next to it, which houses all the boys that can't get into other schools because they're too stupid, like the misfits of society. And the idea of them commingling and all is just unheard of. Again, Romeo and Juliet. It's the love that cannot happen. The star-crossed lovers. So you have like this backdrop of the fact that Rintaro and Karuko shouldn't be together, but they want to hang out with each other, and then everybody else questioning if they should be together. I think overall, I think it did it well. I was really afraid early on that the whole Romeo and Juliet thing would be annoying. I think they explained it in a good way and kind of sold me on it, because eventually they did describe that a lot of that discrimination between the two sides is it's the faculty. The faculty does it. And the moment they mentioned the idea that it's the faculty, I'm like, okay, this makes sense to me. Like, it's not just the students going, oh, well, Kikyo should never be around them because it's them. Because we're students, we have to do this, right? Because it fits the story. No, it's the faculty. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see the faculty doing that. I could see the faculty of this prim and proper school not liking the image that it gives them, having them nearby. And that is rubbing off on the students. That's a better way of twisting it than it being a bunch of stupid kids that for some reason are stuck on this tradition of not liking each other. The faculty promoting that, I can see being a bigger problem. And so that gives me a lot of promise for the element of the Romeo and Juliet, because as we've seen already with the story, a lot of them don't really care about that element. A lot of them have that perception, but the moment they are confronted with it, they don't really care. And I thought that was kind of refreshing of like, okay, cool. They're not going to be stupid about this. They're not going to be dumb about this whole situation, but it's still a problem for people like Karuko when she has put a lot of effort into getting the position that she is, that she will eventually be faced with this could affect what she's worked so hard on, is being around Rintaro and the other kids from his school. Anyways, that's all for me to say that it has these tropes within it that I was originally afraid of, but over time I've appreciated that they've explained it in ways, or at least addressed it in ways that calm my nerves around those being plot points. It's a Romeo and Juliet story, but it's got a good solid foundation to build off of, that kind of stuff. That's all for me to say. I love Karuko, and that's the only reason to watch the show. It's an incredible show because Karuko is this cute little fluff ball, and I love her to death. She's the cutest freaking thing ever. I love seeing her squee. I love all of her different outfits. I love all of her different hair designs. I love her backstory, which although it was very kind of predictable, it was still okay, and I love it because it's Karuko, and I absolutely adore her. I do think Rintaro is a solid character so far. I love seeing sort of him over this season really kind of break out of his fears and accept to be more open with people around him, because in the end it kind of turns this idea that everybody's trying to support him but he won't open the door to it. And I've loved that aspect as well. I love his parents. I love to finally have a show where parents are very supportive of their kids, even though they might not see it, and them acknowledging that their parents are supportive. Second best girl of the season after Nico Mikadono. Don't forget about his parents. I love how I legit just talk about it and you bring it up. Although their influence is subtle and what's shown. Dude, it's not subtle. That was all up in my face, dude. That was all up in my face. That was getting all up in here. Especially with the father. They're getting all up in here. Dad wanted to help out. There's no doubt that that's why Karu knows of the depths of MC's character in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, I think overall I don't really have any... I don't think I have any complaints about the show, and I think that's kind of telling. I guess my only complaint is really that in a lot of cases I keep feeling like it's going to be very tropey. And when plot points are brought up, I go, oh, it's this again, but it doesn't really fumble it. Like, I almost feel in some cases it's a very beautiful looking show about very I guess formulas of storytelling that we've seen a lot of times before, but done in a way that's not bad. Like, it does the whole what is love thing. It does the whole what is dating ? It does the whole Romeo and Juliet concept. It does the whole everybody hates me because I look super mean and I'm super tall. It does the whole, you know, thug guys attacking her and him feeling at fault with it. It does the whole misconceptions. It does the whole. But it doesn't do them bad. Nothing new but well executed. Yeah, and that's sort of the same thing I say about Dress Up Darling a lot. Where Dress Up Darling is doing a lot of what rom-coms do, but it's doing it well. It's doing it better than anything else does that. This is sort of the same thing. It's doing them, but it's doing them very well. And that's all for me to say that I really love it. So, do I want to say it's S tier? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Like, well, I'm between S minus and A plus. I'm between S minus and A plus. To my point earlier, I'm gonna put an A plus. To my point earlier, because nothing new. Well, because earlier where I was saying it does all these things and it doesn't and executes them well, that means it doesn't do anything new. That's the problem. It's cute. It gives me all the sugar. I love it. I think they're adorable together. I love to see the story progress. I have a lot of emotional moments watching it. But there's very few times where I'm shocked by what I see. I'm caught off guard by what I see. You'll be forgiven for City A if you put it in S. Shut up. I will not be manipulated like that. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. There's very few times I do that. Somebody already got mad at me for putting City in S. I'm not putting it back in there. You can blame the person from earlier for getting on me like that. It's definitely yes. And I'd be perfectly fine putting it in this. Like, I don't have a problem with either one. So. Anyways, I do want to rewatch it though. I think we didn't get a season 2 announcement, did we? No season 2 announcement for Fragrant Flower Blooms. WTF. But yet we have another season of freaking Vending Machine coming. Yeah, Karuko's S tier. She is the freaking cutest thing ever, dude. God, I love her. Her character's great too. A little bit of misconception there, or wrong thinking in the idea that this is some prim and proper girl, but she's actually really a hard worker. Did they announce a movie? I didn't hear a movie. I hate it. I hate it when a show that I love doesn't get another season. Subaru grew on me. Subaru definitely grew on me. But man, they were shipping Subaru and Saku like so bad, dude. Like, I'm like, just have them kiss already, dude. You shipping the two of them, just get it over with already. Vending trashy Sekai's always getting binge watch. they're gonna fully adapt Vending Machine. I know it. Of course, they don't really put much effort into making that one. If season 1 was any indication, they're probably not putting much effort in season 2. Anybody watch Vending Machine season 2? Did the visuals get any better? Any season of Dress Up, I would assume it's getting it. I would assume Dress Up will get it because it's already gotten a sequel. And it's very successful. It's very, very successful. It will get another season. No doubt. It's the same. Yeah, I expected that. Anyways, I did not finish Hotel Inhumans. I watched like 4 episodes of it. It was solid. Like, I have no problem with Hotel. I don't even know why I didn't continue it. It had some good stories. I just lost track of it. I might go back to it. Night of a Living Cat, I wasn't really digging it. It was fine. The movie references were funny, but overall, it just looked like CGI cats running everywhere. Yeah, that's that. The Assassin Princesses or whatever. It was okay. I like what I watched. I didn't finish it though. It's goofy. I pretty much at some point got sick very quickly of the cycle where it's basically every time they do something super like sexy, he faints. And it's like I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch I don't know if I want to watch a whole season of this. I don't know if it changes. Did anybody finish it? Did they ever stop that? Or is it literally just like literally an entire core of him fainting? Season 2 of Vending Machine was underwhelmed. He faints CD. I like the girls though. They were fun. Never stops. Nope. It's ongoing the whole time. Yep. No freaking way. I didn't finish it. I do want to get back to it. I just wasn't vibing with it, and I didn't want to force it. So I've heard some good things about it. I might get back to it. I know that there's like, what, 3 more episodes that's supposed to come out in fall. I might finish this season and then to watch those. But I don't know. What's everybody's take on No Freaking Way? No freaking way. Like totally no way. I don't know. Every time I hear that title of No Freaking Way, I just think of like some Valley Girl. Like it's no freaking way. I'm totally totally not gonna do that. Like, no, no, I'm totally not gonna do that. And you must know that it takes more ingenuity to make the same but better than something new. No. No. No, it's no. I get what you're saying, but no, I don't agree with that. To build something from the ground up is much more difficult than to copy a diagram and change one flaw within it to make it better. The end result can be better though. It makes sense in the idea that the end result can be better. Like why? Like the idea of like, if a car works great, why would you rebuild it from the ground up when you can just improve its efficiency? I know I'm thinking on that too much, but you caused that. I enjoy it. Keep Yuri alive. I was just watching it only this season and taking ending as the canon ending to the story. I was just watching only this season, and so you like how it's ending now and you know it's coming up and it's going to ruin it. I think I know what you're talking about because I've seen characters and pictures and whatnot and people saying they like this or that. I don't remember who they were talking about, but I think that implies the idea that they like how it's going and they don't want it to change. They like where it currently is going, they don't want it to change. Skip the action. Hey, I'm confirming it there. Okay. I enjoy stalled ideas from other shows like Zero. Bed and Breakfast for Spirits started airing today. Season 1 came out 8 years ago. Yeah, my brother watched that one. I think I watched like 8 episodes of the first season. Will I watch it? Probably not, because I gotta finish the first season. Within the Range was my go-to slice of life anime this season. I watched like 4 episodes of Within the Rain, but I didn't finish it, but I did enjoy it. Just I had too much other stuff going on, and it wasn't doing enough to keep me watching it. Some new stuff can be born from same stuff, but better. Yeah. I will stop with this remark now. I get what you're saying, and I could totally build off of it, but I can't. Manufacturing from nothing is very difficult. I watched an episode, nothing was hitting me, and I completely forgot about it. Like I said, I enjoy what I watched of this. I recommend if you want a nice feel-good show with You in the Rain. I forget what this one's called, so I'm blanking on it. Ugly... Dude, what the hell is the show called? Ugly Fighter. Gachi Fighter. Gachi Fighter. Gachi Fighter. It started so good, and I hated where it went. I really liked where Gachi Fighter started, and I hated where it went. Where it wented? Where it wented. Where it wented. It's a good word. The concept here is Guy gets falsely accused by a girl for touching her in a train, and because he had a bunch of lewd visual novels on him, they immediately assumed he was a horrible, nasty person. It completely ruins his life. At some point, he ends up hearing about this like ceremony thing that you can do, ritual thing to start something new, and sure enough, it works. It brings up the screen in front of him that he's able to essentially dole out his... Well, first it asks you your appearance, and he chooses to lose all of his appearance because he doesn't want to be around other people. He sacrifices all of his appearance points, and that like boosts up the amount of points that he can spend to his stats. And then he also goes through the process of putting in this extra special field, a bunch of negative like debuffs upon himself. Like every coin that he earns, he only earns like one 10,000th of or whatever. He can't touch a girl, otherwise he loses like a chunk of his life, and he'll die if he has sex with anybody. And all of these negative things he put in this special field boosts up all of his stats that he's able to pretty much max out everything. So he's pretty much a god at this point. He goes to this other world, and at that point he's met up with some other people that did that same ritual, and they start traveling together. He's trying to find out points that he can just ditch the group because he doesn't want to be around other people. But eventually he realizes there's one girl in the group that keeps trying to pull him back in the group. Every time he tries to run away and leave, she keeps pulling him back in. And there's sort of this element that he's doing something for him, and so he feels the necessity to return it. But it ultimately turns to the idea that he realized this girl is somebody that was injured in her previous life, and thus doesn't know like the nastier side of humankind. And so, knowing the troubles that she's gone through, he calls out to God to he calls to God to protect her. Like, God, why would you let this happen to this poor girl? And he realized at that point, well, I'm technically a god in this world. I have to do it. And so it basically turns into him just trying to protect the smiles of this cute girl. Now, that was all great. I was really liking it up to that point. The problem is that beyond that, it turns into essentially more focused around, let's introduce person that came from our previous world and what they put in their special field that makes them OP or drives their character, and overcome them. And it just kind of just became that. Here's this guy, and he was wronged in his previous life, so now he wants to take all the money from other people. Here's this girl that hates cute girls, and thus her special note has her want to kill all cute girls. It was just doing that over and over again. And it had some fun moments here and there, but it kind of just petered out very quickly. It started really good, though. I really liked it early on. I thought it was very clever, but it got very meh at some point. I didn't like that every character somehow relates back to his real life. And they did explain that. They technically explained that. There is a reason. There is technically a plot reason. Somebody did technically put... Spoiler! Somebody technically put something about that in a special note. So that's why it all happened that way. So... Coco of Cuckoo's isn't as bad as Rent a Girlfriend, but decided to marry Erika already. Spoiler. I completely dropped it. After the first season, I dropped it. I know it was real. Yeah, okay. Well, it was one of those ones where, like, I was questioning that the entire time. Like, I'm just... very quickly, I'm like, I just cannot wait for the girl that falsely accused him to show up. When is she going to show up? And at some point, it's like, it reveals it, and I'm like... Alright, I guess there's a story reason for it. Whatever. I figured it was either going to be extremely convenient writing, or at some point they're going to go, I guess we should... You know what probably happened? Is at some point, this mangaka was writing out this story, and people kept making fun of him online for how convenient it is. They're like, well, I'll show you. I'll make it part of somebody's special note. Plot point. Plot point. Anyway. Again, I didn't watch Vending Machine, didn't watch Kabakukus. I'm still watching Watari-kun's, but I'm way behind on it. The Meet Me at the not ballpark. That was last season. That was the previous season. Catch You at the Ballpark. That is not what that is. See you at the food court. Catch me at the food court. Find me at the food court. I don't know. It ended like 2 months ago. Food court day something. Find me at the food court, I think it's called. See you at the food court. Do I have it in this thing? I don't think I do. Anyways, see you at the food court. Food court show. I actually really like the show. Again, another one that was like a nice, fun, cool down show for the season. Amongst all the horrific stuff and sadness in a lot of other anime. I love the chemistry between the two characters. You have basically a Hikaru. The whole story is that long time ago, it was Wada, right? What was the other girl's name? It was Wada and something else. See, I'm gonna have to bring it up anyways. Food court day. Food court day. Mata ashita. Wada and Wamamoto. Yamamoto. Sorry, I'm making fun of this. Anyways, a long time ago, Wada had a disagreement with her friend, and they just completely broke up. Weren't gonna make up, and Yamamoto was sitting behind Wada and decided to kind of reach out to talk to her. Eventually, school year ends, and they're going to different schools. And so, Wada, not wanting to be alone, decides to make an agreement, basically, to meet each other at a food court in between each of their, going to school and whatnot at 2 different schools. And so they meet together, and they'll just talk about random crap. And that's basically the gist of it. It's only like 6 episodes, not very long. But the idea here is that they come together and there'll be a subject. And it's typically like Wada is talking about her gacha game and her husbando that she's trying to roll for. Yamamoto is dealing with whatever she's dealing with. Yada, yada, yada. I thought it was really solid. A lot of goofy references to movies and whatnot, mainstream movies. I love how there's a little bit of attention to detail that the poster board, the digital poster board on the wall behind them will change to reference something that they're talking about, they're referencing. Each of the bits were a lot of fun. I thought they were a cool, cute little chemistry between the two of them. Wada, yeah, I kind of agree, spirit animal. She's just an absolute thirsty dork that I got a massive kick out of. Yamamoto is kind of she's sort of like the misunderstood Gyaru. You assume that she's just this way, but she's not really that way. Very, very quiet, very to herself, where you kind of expect her to be more extrovert, loose, and just outgoing. Didn't realize it was over until there weren't any new episodes for weeks. Yeah, I think at some point I found out early on that it was only going to be 6 episodes, so I was kind of expecting it when it happened. But it did take me a long time before I finally finished it because of that reason. I didn't want to finish it in the season too early. So my time of anime? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I got a huge kick out of the girl that... this is one that, for some reason, I got a massive kick out of it. So, there's this boy that Wada knew a long time ago in middle school that used to flip all the skirts of all the girls. And for some reason, he never flipped her skirt. So I think she believed that it was because he thought that she was another boy. And it was this whole idea of the body type issue and all that kind of stuff. Come to find out, this other girl comes and meets Yamamoto because Wada is not there yet. And Yamamoto misinterpreted that as being Wada because she looks just like her. So Yamamoto comes to the food court, immediately starts to talk to who she thinks is Wada, and ends up being this other girl. Turns out this other girl is there and starts venting about the fact that her new boyfriend, the only reason he's going out with her is because she looks like Wada. Thus reason why Yamamoto thought it was Wada. They look pretty close to each other. So it ends up being the skirt flipper. This guy had a massive crush on Wada. That's why he never flipped her skirt. And now he's going out with a girl that looks like Wada because it looks like Wada. And it just turns this stupid thing where Wada just finds out about this and thinks that he wants to go out with her at some point, but she already has a girlfriend, obviously, because, anyways, it was, I got a massive kick out of it. It was a dorky little moment. I also love the other girl that was there was the girl that was, a fanfic writer for the husbando that Wada is, like, massively in love with. It's dorky. One does not have body issues. It was dorky. It was dorky. Anyways, I think it's a solid, like, B. I don't think it's great. Not all the bits got me, but I did find it enjoyable. An enjoyable watch. I do recommend it if you want, like, it's a very skit-based kind of thing. Just kind of just jump from little segment to segment. Sometimes they kind of reference each other, but for the most part, it's kind of like just here's the next bit. They're gonna talk about this. Now they're gonna talk about this. Yada yada yada. Yeah, they have KFC in there and all that kind of crap. Yeah, it was a lot of KFC in that one. A lot of KFC in that one. Hikaru likes her KFC. I did not watch Grand Blue, of course. I didn't watch the first season either. Did not watch the cooking show. Did not watch Shield Hero. Probably will never. I think I'm done with Shield Hero. I think I'm pretty much done with Shield Hero. Like, this new season of Shield Hero started, and I just didn't. And I think it's good. I think it's good that I just kind of let it be. Kind of walk away from it. Just I don't think it's gonna be my thing. Clevitas. God, I forgot Clevitas is this season. I completely forgot that Clevitas was this season because it feels like it ended so long ago. So many of the shows this season kind of ended so separate from each other. I really, really, really like Clevitas. A lot of my love of Clevitas is around the world. I think initially when the story first started, you have basically mankind, well, not mankind, humanoids of this world are all encompassing this massive area of land. And you have different races, like elves-ish, you have, like, water people, you have, like, the humans are, like, split up into two kingdoms, and they're kind of at each other all the time. And you have, like, the dwarvish kind of people down here that craft weapons. And did I just scroll without touching anything? It's creepy. You have all these different kingdoms, and surrounding them is like this uninhabitable area because the monsters of this land have kept mankind from going beyond these borders. And there's like these king of beasts at all these locations around it that you literally cannot get past. Like they'll just slaughter you. Extremely powerful beasts. And there's this like legend where these dwarven people-ish people will make these weapons that will be able to slay these beasts. And these group of heroes all obtain these weapons, and they go down there to destroy it. And they get the crap beat out of them. They literally all just get their crap pushed in. There's like insta death. What follows this is the king of beasts down there, Clevitas, gets angry, thinks that mankind is, because it actually got scarred by one of them. It fears the idea that mankind might be rising up to kill them, or not really fear them, but doesn't like the fact that they're getting stronger, and decides to go destroy the kingdom that was making the weapons. Take out mankind. Just stuff them out before they get any stronger. And so it kind of proceeds to go in there, destroy them all. As it destroys the entire kingdom, it eventually runs into a woman that is holding up a baby, and this woman says, "Please spare my child, let my child live on." And he's like, "Why would I do that?" Well, why would I do that? Because you guys came to try to kill me. And she basically talks him into deciding to keep the child, to let it grow, to see that it proves that it's worthy of living or that it will want to kill him or not. And that culminates into the desire to eventually seat that child as the king of the kingdom itself and taking out all opposition. And that develops into a deeper plot line about like all the kingdoms rushing in there to try to take the forge of this destroyed kingdom and yada yada yada. Goddamn, I'm realizing as I'm trying to explain just a basic concept of the story, there's a lot to get into with the story, which again is pretty much what initially grabbed me in the show. Like coming in the show, I was already hooked based on the fact that there's a lot of lore to the world itself, all the different kingdoms, what all the kingdoms believe and what they're doing, the beasts themselves, and choosing to, spare the humans or not. Alicia, which is one of the heroes that was defeated, is spared and pretty much turned into a pawn of Clevitas. Ends up having to be the one that kind of explains everything to them, but in effect pretty much becomes Clevitas' sword. Luna, which is the child infant, haven't really done anything with them because they're literally an infant. Neru is a great character because essentially the child needs to feed, and so they were trying to find a wet nurse, and they find this they get taken to this little slave encampment, and they find this girl named Neru, and eventually Neru's brought into the group to be the wet nurse. Neru's story was super freaking tragic, dude. Was brought in there with her mother. Her mother basically shielded her from being forced upon by the people there. All that stuff was nasty, dude. All that stuff was horrific. Her children, how she kept losing her children. It's got some good stories in there. The overall plot line kind of built up a lot towards the later part. It's super good. I don't think it's got another season yet. I really badly want one. Did we get a season 2 announcement? Don't think we did. It does. That's right. It did. Because I remember the art. I forgot about the art. That's right. Because they had to disguise Alicia. I forgot about the new Alicia. That was a little bit of a curveball there. I'm hyped for it. I really do enjoy it. I think it's a great new property. Not perfect. It's not perfect, but I really do. I think it's a solid A. It's like a solid A. I really like it. Nice new fantasy property. I hope they really do keep going with it. I think its only real downfall is that I think there's some rough spots of the production, but I think overall they did a really good job with the style and the aesthetic of it. It's got a great art style to it. Anyways, I suggest it, definitely. What else? Ponty and Stocking. I'm just gonna accept that Panty and Stocking's not for me. I'm not gonna dance around it. I'm just gonna be very clear. If you like Panty and Stocking, good on ya. I think I'm in the understanding now that it's not for me. I had that feeling with the first season. Comedy didn't work for me. I finally came back to give it another shot for this new season, and it still wasn't kind of working for me. I watched the new season. I thought the first episode was so good. I really loved the first episode. But beyond that, there's some good points. I laughed here and there. But I think for the most part, it's just not my comedy. Comedy's subjective. This one just doesn't work for me. It's too... For me, it feels too like it's trying too hard. Like we said the F-bomb kind of comedy. Isn't it funny because we said F? I did get a kick out of some of the pop culture references. I mean, honestly, let's be perfectly honest. It felt like most of the skits this season were just, let's find a 90s movie, really popular 90s movie, and let's make a spoof of it. Oh, they did. What did they do? They did Fast and Furious, which I thought was actually funny though. Okay, the Fast and Furious bit was stupid, and I actually did kind of laugh. They did a playoff of a bunch of old was it He-Man, I think, They did Terminator. It's like a whole bunch of like, let's take a movie and make a comedy bit out of it. And it's just not me. I just don't think it's ever gonna be me. But I'm glad it's getting more for fans of Penny and Stocking. I'm a kind of comedy. I enjoy detective show more than Penny and Stocking. Again, the first episode is really good. Hanako-kun, S tier. I really, really, really love Hanako-kun. I don't think we have an announcement for another season yet, but Hanako-kun's like one of those shows where I don't really see anybody talking about it, but those that I know that are watching it love it. But it's unfortunate that I feel like I don't really have too many people in my circles that are watching it. I don't see much of the greater public watching it. But I think it's been literally some of the best stuff that I've seen in anime in a long time. First things first, the visual style of it is incredible. I love the unique style that it has, and I think the studio does a great job with it. It's not like the most best animated shows out there, but I think they do a really good job with the aesthetic and the tone and the directing of it. It's definitely one of those ones where I want to check in on the director and see what they're doing, because the director's seeming spot on. I don't remember that I was like a massive fan of the first season. I thought it was good, but this second season, part 1 and 2, has been really good so far. Especially the second part. Like this core right here has been some of the greatest moments of the series. It is just ramping up story-wise. That it's got its teeth in me, like, super hard. Really enjoy this season. Art is unique, in my opinion. Yeah, I love it. It's literally down to the point where, like, I was looking into doing a display. I'm not sure if I talked about this last time or not, because I know I talked about some disc plates I was going to do. It's enough that, like, when I was trying to think about some disc plates to do for my wall, where is my disc plates? There it is. When I was thinking about doing some disc plates for my wall, I couldn't really find anything of the anime style of some artwork that people had. And I actually was like, you know what? I don't think I need to do, like, find artwork. I legit can use the show. Like, this is worthy of a disc plate. This is a screenshot of the show. It's art itself. Like this one, there's a disc plate. Like the character design, the art of the show itself, print it. Just print it. You don't need somebody to draw something. There is some good art out there though. I was considering, let me think of a good one I'm considering. I literally have like a whole bunch of art, and I just don't even know which one I want to use. Like, so good. I just love the designs of the characters. What's another one I was gonna do? Where's it at? There it is. Thinking of that one too. There's some good art. Some good art out there. And I have to decide which one I want to display. I might display them all and just cycle them out. I love the designs of the show, though. It's super good. I need to catch up on Toilet. Need to catch up it Toilet Boy. I'm on season 1. Toilet Bound Hanako-ko, not Toilet Boy. It's Toilet Bound. It's not. They're not in the toilet. They're bound to the toilet. It's cool though. Like I said, I don't recall being like super massive fan of the first season, but I liked it. Season 2 just took off, dude. Season 2 really took off. Anyways, that's Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. Solo Camping, I didn't even finish it. I wasn't liking it. Didn't watch it. Dropped it for the first episode. Didn't watch it. I dropped it earlier, so I'm not going to say anything about it. Witch Watch? I'm not going to rate it. I'm not going to rate Witch Watch. To be honest, Witch Watch is one of those situations where I'm always mixed on if I like an episode or not. Like, there are segments of Witch Watch that I really adore, but there's also so much of it that I don't like. And so it's always depending on who's on the screen if I really love a scene or I don't. And I just at some point I got sidetracked with the season's turn, and I never got back to it. So I'll probably eventually go back and watch it, but I didn't feel the urge to because of how mixed I was with everything in that show. I like how it's a mix of everything I feel. It's a mix of everything. I agree with you. It's a mix of everything. I'm not sure if that's what you're saying, but yes, it is. It's a mix. It's a massive mix. Yeah, it definitely feels different in most of the episodes. Yes, I agree. That's my problem. Some of them I feel like it doesn't work for me, and some of it just really works for me. Like any scene with the other witch. I'm blanking on her name right now. The cat. I freaking love her, dude. I love the other witch. She is so freaking good, dude. Yeah, cat girl, best girl. She is so freaking cute. But then at some point she joined the group. Yeah, Nemu. And at some point she joined the group and I'm like, I don't know if I like this. Like, she joins the group and I'm like, I don't know if I like this. I liked when she was off to the side constantly debating if she's going to go in the house or not, and then turns into a cat and then just gets pet. She's great. She's great. I love her to death. I love Nico. She's freaking so damn cute. But then there's like other characters I just don't really care for. I described exactly how you felt about Witch Watch? Really? Sometimes it just works so well, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I might eventually go back to it. Yaiba, I got sidetracked as well. Never got back to it, but I was really loving it. I did similar to Shield Hero. We have recovery, folks. This is. I want to be a shining example to everybody. You can walk away. If something is bothering you, if something isn't working, if you're struggling with something, it's okay to walk away. You can heal. For Andrew, in the summer 2025 anime season, he has come to accept, no, Andrew, you don't have to watch Rent-A-Girlfriend. Despite everybody trying to make it into being, it's cool because it's trash. You don't have to watch it. Don't feed into this idea that we all have to watch it because it's a burning trash fire. You don't have to waste your time with it. Shield Hero, if you don't like it, Andrew, if it ain't working for you, you don't have to watch it. Just because you've invested 30 some episodes, you don't have to keep watching it. Now, we're going to find out if Andrew can do that for My Hero Academia, because he's doing the same thing there. He's watching My Hero Academia because he's wasted so many hours of his life watching that show. You don't have to keep watching it. Just stop watching it. Rent-A-Girlfriend? Shield Hero? You've been dropped. Andrew? Didn't watch it. No, it's not just say no, it's stop it. Get some help. Is that right? Is that how he does it? Stop it. Get some help. I'm recovering. I'm a recovering Shielderholic. I'm a recovering Rent-A-Girlfriendic. Rent-A-Girlfriend deserves 20 seasons. It will get 20 seasons. It's going to get 20 seasons. Yaiba's episode 3 remake, like Rama. I like Yaiba. Yaiba has been really good. I have really enjoyed Yaiba. Again, I got sidetracked. Literally last night, I forgot that... Not last night. Over last week, because I had to get caught up on a lot of shows to finish them off. To get ready for fall. I I forgot that I had like 2 episodes left of Sakamoto Days, Fragrant Flowers. Totally forgot about Yaiba. Like, I just... These shows being on all these different platforms, especially Netflix, is so... It's so hard for me to remember to go to Netflix. I half the time forget things are on it. City was also another problem. Totally kept forgetting about City. Because it's so out of the way. Sunk cost fallacy is definitely a thing for me too. I want to get better with that, honestly. I really do feel like sunk cost fallacy is really a... It's such a waste, dude. Like, I really hate that I do that too. Yeah, My Hero Academia, it's like, I'm literally going to finish it just because I've been into it so much, and it's like, why? Why do you have to? Just stop watching it. I think if you have some enjoyment, I don't think sunk cost fallacy is bad if you have some enjoyment out of it and you want a closure. But when you're just not getting anything out of it anymore, stop. I'm trying to do that more. Like, just go spoil yourself and get, like, that's really what it is. Go read the last chapter of that series and just go, oh, I spoiled it for myself. Guess I don't need to watch it anymore. I do that a lot towards the end of certain shows. Just forget to finish them and burn out. That's probably a better thing. Just forget. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, yeah, I got you. I generally enjoy Jumps for Fires. There's sometimes I enjoy it, but there's, like, Rent a Girlfriend definitely doesn't work for me. It just doesn't do it for me. Gonna watch Round 1/2 Season 2? Hell yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I freaking love Round 1/2, dude. I freaking love it. We got Shampoo. Best Girl Shampoo's here. It's gonna get even better now. I'm not gonna rate Witch Watch now. I've only watched like 8 episodes of it. So, I mean, what I've watched so far is probably like B. Yeah, B. Again, because like some scenes just don't work for me and some do. It's a mixed bag. Let's see. Didn't watch. Are those both Turkey? Yeah, I didn't watch them though. I watched the first episode of Turkey and I was like, that's fine. I surprisingly did not watch... Is it April, right? I did not watch this show. I completely forgot about it. Like, and by the time I remembered, I'm like, yeah, Mikadona Sisters. Completely forgot about it. By the time I thought about watching it, I'm like, Again, this season's been rough, dude. This season's been rough. You finished Turkey, should have dropped it. I mean, it's a WTF first episode, but I'm like, I don't know if that's gonna be enough to pull me in. I don't know what you can possibly do with this. Decent episode. Need to crop out a lot though. Water Magician, how is it so popular? Because it's just fun. It's just escapism. Water Magician's light novel is fire. Is that a intentional joke? Is that an intentional joke, or did you just totally fumble into that one? Good one if so. I didn't watch Water Magician. I had zero expectations for it, and so I didn't watch it. I did hear the world is good. I did hear that the quality was crap, but I have heard from people that the actual world itself is good. Like, there's some good stuff in it. It's just unfortunately no budget or something, I guess. Yeah, total advert for the novel. Yeah. Potential of it is actually good. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm set for the season. Okay, I wasn't too heavy on the S tier like I thought I was. Of course, I kind of pushed myself not to throw all this stuff into S. I kind of wanted to. It's a good season though, dude. Like I wouldn't have a problem with throwing all this stuff in S. I think I would probably leave it at that. Yeah, I'm thinking on Arknights. That's a good moment. The ending of Arknights is super good. It was super good. I wouldn't even bother by doing that for S tiers. Like they're just I recommend all those. Like if somebody's like, okay, what in the end of summer? It had so much freaking stuff. Everybody was hyping every damn show. What should I watch? Especially since fall is so much more chill. I would say A up to legendary, but in that flow of order, pretty much. So super good season, dude. Super good season. I feel like I'm missing a show in S. Did I? Oh, because I put Taki up. I feel like I'm missing a show in S. No, I'm not putting City in Legendary. No, hell no. I barely got an S. Barely got an S. Again, the guy. I'm not gonna put an S just because of him. The Magaka guy, I'm kicking him out. Kicking him out. Get him out of here. You ruined the show for me. Yeah, that was what I was saying. Like, for people that are like, you know, not much in fall, which is again, I'm loving. It's good to come back and be able to see this stuff. Now the dust is settled and people are like, okay, these are the ones that are good. 2B Hero X is another good one. I would probably put 2B Hero X in. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem putting an S. Like, I highly suggest 2B Hero X. I already rated Nukitashi. I put it in B. I would put 2B Hero X in A or S. I really did like it. Really, really like it. I'd probably put an S. It's just hella fun. It's hella fun. And it's got some really good stories in there too. I feel like the easiest anime to recommend this season is for normies is Silent Witch or Lord of Mysteries. For normies, Silent Witch might be difficult, actually. That might be actually a difficult one. Lord of Mysteries would now, see, even for normies, like, Lord of Mysteries is probably way too much Taki. Like, I would see you'd have to have somebody that you know is patient. Because it's going to be very wordy, and a lot of people kind of lose interest very quickly. That's why things like Demon Slayer, DanDaDan, Soul Leveling is a broad appeal, is because when I think normies, I think those shows are the ones that grab people, and it's because you don't have to worry about their attention spans, because a lot of people have very short attention spans anymore, and so they just kind of give up very quickly. Call of the Night would not be a normie show. No, it's too sexual. It's too it's got a eroticness to it. There's a little bit of an eroticness to it, an adult eroticness to it. Clevitas? Is there a dub? Is there an English dub? Maybe. I could see Clevitas being like the Berserk crowd. Like, I could see it being like capturing the same crowd as a Berserk crowd. Maybe. Like, the normie crowd right now for this season right here would be things like Lord of Mysteries, if you know that they have a patience, like they want to get into something that's deep, like they're like a Game of Thrones fan or something like that, they might like that. DanDaDan, maybe Clavitas again. I can see a Berserk crowd for that one. Sakamoto Days, Kaiju number 8. That's pretty much it. The rest of the stuff is going to have... everything else is going to have some sort of caveat to them. Everything else is caveated. I see Atsumatsu-san? No. I think I've watched some of the original Atsumatsu-san, but I haven't really kept up with it. Hikaru died. maybe. The problem with Hikaru Dies for a normie group is that it's got cultural stuff in it, and I think a lot of like general audience normie stuff, you sort of have to have a story that isn't bound by culture. And Hikaru Dies is very rural Japan culture, yokai stuff, and that stuff in a lot of cases doesn't really vibe with people. You don't really see many of that category going into the general public. Yes, like Demon Slayer is, you know, samurai ninjas in feudal Japan and stuff like that, but that's sort of disconnected from Japan itself. That's a very kind of, again, ninja samurai thing, which is more broadly accepted. Doesn't require cultural relevance or a feel for their society. Because the focus is partly because the focus is more about demon things. We all know what a demon thing is, right? Yeah, a lot of rural folklore stuff like that flies over people's heads. That's like, I would never suggest to a normie to watch, as much as I love it, Natsume's Book of Friends. I'm not going to suggest to somebody watch Natsume's Book of Friends because they'll be like, what the hell are they talking about? What is this weird crap that's bouncing around the village? A good example is Silent Hill F. Like, it's doing very well, but it's even though all the hype around Silent Hill F, it's just it's not going to be like a blockbuster. It deserves it to, but it's not going to be a blockbuster. It's not going to be like a massive seller. Anne Shirley's pretty accessible, many Western people. Yeah, and technically Anne Shirley's been adapted into like so many different medias, but Anne Shirley I think has a problem with the fact that there's so many different ways you can watch it. Why would you watch the anime? It's been adapted into what, like 3 different light novel or 3 different live actions, 2 different anime adaptations. It's all over the place. Anne Shirley's been adapted so many different ways. Clearly, Rent a Girlfriend is #1 anime recommendation. No, Rent a Girlfriend falls in the category of a recommendation to somebody that you would recommend Yakuza Sora to or something like that. Like the one that you give, you know, Boku no Pico to because you just don't like the person, and you want to you know, filter them out. Like, hey man, I heard about this cool anime thing. What should I check out? And you're like, I don't want this guy ever to talk to me about anime. Yeah, go watch Boku no Pico or go watch Rent a Girlfriend. Normie stuff is collective shout when bully payment processors into pulling. I read the manga. But yeah, I'm happy to be done with summer. I admit that I'm happy to be done with summer. Like I said earlier, I still have 4 episodes of Anne Shirley to finish. I'm hoping to get caught up on Watari-kun's Bleep is about to collapse. I'm only 3 episodes behind on Gachiakuta, but I'll keep up on that one. And I do want to finish up on Mumu. But those 3 shows, I'm pretty much done with summer. And it's much welcomed. Because I'm tired. Damn it, I'm tired. And my studio crashed. There, thank you. Stop crashing. Come on, give me Riso no Himo Saikatsu adaptation any day now. I think I've ever heard that one. Did I miss Togen Anki? I watched Togen Anki up to the point that he, well, literally like within the first episode or 2, where he joins like the training camp, and I was like, not feeling it. I never got back to it. I didn't have any problems with the opening though. I mean, it was fine. Tarkin was really started to sell me. Basically, Togen Anki falls in that category of I have way too much crap that I'm watching for summer, and anything that kind of remotely makes me feel like something else, I cut. Even though I did see that it did really well, like in Japan and whatnot, everybody seems to be enjoying it. I cut it. Tari-kun has really started to sell me on some of the characters. It's gotten interesting. Yeah, I've heard it's been getting good. I was actually enjoying it early on, but I've heard it's been getting good. Made me frustrated, so I read the last 5 chapters of the manga. Now I'm happy. I was angry. Just had to read it. I'm good. Oh, some of the OST from Watari-kun. The thing that was selling me on Watari-kun was the fact that it was like, again, it opens up as like literally a cis-con, bro-con. Really, it's more like a cis-con was an element to it. And then very quickly kind of breaks the trope and does something very kind of clever with it. The idea of like using it as a crutch, basically. I did like that stuff. It was interesting. Anyways, I feel at this point I have been yapping way too much, and instead of taking a break, we're getting close enough that I'll probably just call it for the day. Beyond a Friendland journey, Beyond Journey's End, dude. I cannot wait for the return of that. I think it's a good time to call it. But I appreciate you guys dropping by. Yeah, my butt hurts. I've been sitting too long. My bum hurts. It's a good sign that I've been sitting too long. It's probably time to wrap up. But I want to wrap up at this point. Call it a day. I appreciate everybody dropping by. Always enjoy usually my first impressions tier list for the season and my wrap up tier list for the seasons are always some really enjoyable live streams to do. People seem to enjoy them. I will end up doing a top 10 anime of the summer season for you guys. I'm sure everybody in the chat can probably guess them based on what was up there. I might change some. I might move some stuff around. We'll see within... I would probably say within these top... What was it? I guess it's technically going to be in the S and above, but... Within those, which one are going to actually end up in the top 10 list, in which order, because I didn't really order any of this stuff besides having Taki at the top. But who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind. I'm still debating if I'll put Lord of Mysteries in it, though. I have yet to decide if I actually do want to put... And yes, technically 2B Hero X, too. Would I put 2B Hero X and Lord of Mysteries in the list? I don't think I have a problem with putting 2B Hero X in a top 10 anime list because it's still produced by a Japanese group. It has Japanese seiyus and stuff within it. It's just the studios in China, which a lot of stuff that we have in this list all have Chinese animators. Lord of Mysteries, I don't know. I don't know if I can justify putting Lord of Mysteries because it is full-on Danhwa. Studio... producing everything, writers, all. So I gotta think on that one too. But anyways, we'll see which one of those ends up in the top 10 list. Probably release that next week. But we have a whole crap ton of first impressions be coming up for animes for the fall seasons. And again, I'm looking forward to a little bit of a chill moment. I have a few projects that I'm looking forward to doing for the fall season to while I kind of take a breather around covering a bunch of shows every single week. I have my What the Real Problem with is Isekai, which is more like an insight into my views on anime industry in general, that I think will be an interesting video. Somebody, because of the whole incident happened here recently, I've been keeping an eye on and getting back into YouTube comments, because surprisingly my YouTube comments were nicer than my comments elsewhere for a while. I've been trying to get better at keeping up on YouTube comments. And while I was doing that, somebody reminded me of a video series that I used to do that I kind of want to go back to doing, which is my hidden gems. I was doing a series of videos of hidden gems, and I think I might get back to doing those again. Looking through all my animes and finding some of the stuff that is extremely low viewer counts and memberships, and bringing back that whole video series. It's a kind of video series that I enjoy doing. It doesn't take too much time, but it does take some investment because there's a lot of older shows that I do kind of have to refresher myself on what they were actually about and what I loved about them. But I like to keep that. I want to bring that series back, so keep an eye out for that. So that's pretty much it. Yeah. Make top 10 video. Damn. Make Danhwas. I don't have that much. I do want to... I was actually thinking for the fall season, too, is to go back and watch Link Click. I don't know how many people would actually like that, but I thought about doing an episode by episode impressions of Link Click. Just choose a day during the week and just watch Link Click and have that be in that slot. I know a lot of people are big fans of that series. I think it's probably one of the most beloved Danwa series. Anyways, own videos for the like you did with Ruby Rocks, both Limited and 2PRX? Probably not. Probably not. I'm always mixed on doing actual dedicated videos unless I'm like, I really have something I want to condense into a story. And I typically don't do them when I've done a full-on video series of them. But maybe. I might. Anyways, that's it. I'm done yapping. I hope Jellyfish was kind of under the radar, but was low-key one of the best this season. Dude, I love Jellyfish, dude. Love it. Anyways, again, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Again, with the fan art, who else was throwing? RFX, Waifus Plural. Really appreciate you guys' support. All the donations and memberships and all that kind of stuff. But yes, thank you, chat. Until next week, I will hopefully be here next week. We'll see. Probably, I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about what I'm going to do next week. But I appreciate you guys. And until next time, have a good one. Peace.